The end, my only
I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein!
I know I'd go from rags to riches.
Why, a 4-year-old child could understand this report. Run out and find me a 4-year-old child. I can't make head or tail out of it.
Or will I go?
Farabelli, you've got the brain of a 4-year-old boy, and I bet he was glad to get rid of it.
My fate is up to you.
Now I'd be shitting my pants if I was you.
Well, the good news is it's the final episode, final content episode anyway. The bad news is it's the final episode, which means everybody gets to talk a lot more, and who knows how long I'm going to be there. Hope you packed a lunch. Jack, you've performed well so far. Haven't been able to get over that hump, but it's the top 10. This is a make or break week. This is the most important week. Do you think you can jockey for position a little bit here and take over that top spot?
Look, I'm going to be fine for the first 8 picks. Then we get to the top 2, and it's going to go downhill for me. So, yeah, this is going to be fun.
That is very specific. Cody, been, leader of the clubhouse for the past 9, 10, 11 weeks. How long have we been doing this? Do you feel comfortable where you're at? Or do you feel like maybe someone might be able to draft off you, take that lead at the last second?
Okay, so here's the 2 things. One, the final 2 of Jack's list, we all know where the Lord of the Rings resides. I'm not giving you, I don't know what the scenes are, but we know where they're located. Here's the thing. If I lose this overall thing, this is going to be the same justice that the college football committee decided to put Alabama above Tennessee, even though Tennessee beat Alabama. So at the end of the day, if that's the case, if somebody drafts past me at the last moment after I've won every week, and if I don't win this week, I don't understand this show anymore. So I have the correct list to win this week also. If I lose, I tried. I can't. It's corrupt. I'll talk about it like fraud or election fraud, or somebody stole the election from me, basically. That's what I'll do for a while.
All right, Jake.
Oh, my.
I mean, this is your last chance.
There's no shot now for Jake.
It's redemption. It's just about redemption at this point. You've had a rough 9 episodes.
redemption.
The last 10, though, you may be able to come back and do something. Do you see that happening?
Absolutely not. Without going too much into spoilers, it's my one of them is my number 10, so I don't feel too bad. I have one movie that you absolutely despise that I have 2 scenes from in my top 10, so we're curious to see how you react to that.
All right, Scott, you've beaten Jake every week.
Yeah,
and you've had some pretty strong showings. How do you
one time?
How do you feel overall going into this final episode?
See, here's the thing, Cody. If you end up losing by like a significant margin to Jack tonight, it's basically going to be like when Tennessee lost to South Carolina. And there's going to be some people who are going to say, you deserve it because you lost that bad to somebody who should not have beaten you. So,
I should have yelled.
All's fair. I'm just hoping to win the Orange Bowl tonight. Thank you.
All right. Well, like I said, it is the final episode. We are going to go through this like we do the bottom 3 most weeks. Everybody's going to talk about everything. You guys still hear me? Because I'm frozen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
We're good.
All right. We're going to go through 10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9 the whole way through. And the shut-up rule is in effect. We're going to use that to kind of keep you guys honest, keep you guys on track. Remember, we're talking scenes, not movies. But let's try to keep this under 3.5, 4, 5, 6 hours if we can. So let's get started. Jack, hit us up with your number 10.
All right. My number 10 is Magic Hour or Twilight Hour from Your Name. Yeah, this scene is incredible. Upon rewatching this movie this last week, this would be higher on this list if I were to redo it today. some of the most gorgeous animation I have ever seen on film. Not some of the most gorgeous animation I've ever seen on film. Taki and Mitsuha are two of they've got one of my favorite romances in film, and this scene where they finally meet face to face for the first time is just beautiful. It's a movie that this scene just fills me with the most. I can't even really think of how to describe how this scene makes me feel, because it's just incredibly heartwarming, but it's a fleeting moment that they have together. So there's a little tinge of bitterness to it, and I can't not think of this scene often. It lives rent free in my head, and I honestly, this would be in my top 5 or 3 if I were to redo this list today. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are really passionate about this movie. I don't love it like a lot of other people do, but I completely understand why they feel the way. And this scene has a lot to do with it. Yeah, the animation is just mind blowing. I'd love to see this movie on the big screen. I think this is a movie that if you could see it in the theater, you'd really get more of an effect. But yeah, I just think the animation is great, and just the story, just how the story kind of leads up to this with them. Like, I love the twist that they're in different time periods, and just them finally kind of coming together here is really cool. So, I mean, I'll be saying this a lot tonight, Brady. 10's high, but it's still a very solid scene. It's very good, scene from an animated movie. Everybody else on Twilight Hour for your name.
I'll be quick. I'll watch this week. I need to rewatch it anyways. I can't pick and choose what scene in my head right now this is. So, and it moved Jack too much to explain too much to me. So, check it out.
This is my favorite animated movie of all time. I had the scene last week from Your Name. It's just a beautiful scene. The fact that they get to meet each other for the first time during this like impending incident or accident, or something that's going on. It's really nice, and just the fact they finally get to see each other, and they're like, there's a moment towards the end of the scene where he like he's gonna write his name on Mitsuo's hand, and then it actually just says "I love you." Like, it's really good. It's beautiful shit, man. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely the most memorable scene from the one time that I watched the movie. It's a perfect sort of culmination of everything that is set up in terms of, like you said, the dueling times and everything that's going on. So I think it's a great pick.
All right, that was a smooth start. Cody, what's your number 10?
Something that just goes the same level, not animated, but draws the same heart and emotion and love from it. It's the quid pro quo scene from Silence of the Lambs. So I think this is the best scene in the movie. It is Lecter, just his intelligence, like on display. Basically, Clarice comes down to the thing because they're finding more evidence on Buffalo Bill, needing his help to break it down. And he just refuses to play the normal game because he's talking about like moving where he's staying to somewhere else. And he's just like, I will give you the evidence if you play quid pro quo with me. And basically, but he's like, we're not talking about anything. We're talking about your childhood, and like puts her through like a mental like puzzle of like like she lost her father, explaining of that, and like at one point the brilliant of how it's shot and the score that's playing at the same time, he looks away the entire time like he's talking to her, and like Clarice looks down at her shoes one time and goes, "Your $2 shoes won't save you from this," or whatever, and it's just like. Just the bone chilling of Lecter's, like how he's speaking about everything, and even how he's like, you don't realize how close you are to catching this person if you just realize this. Like, it's just like this tit for tat going back and forth between both great performances, and Lecter at like almost his most like scary in the entire film, and that's when he can't even hurt anybody. He's behind bars. You can't. But his words are like dissecting her and making her like relive trauma from her life to get the evidence. Like, how important is it? I'll tell you this. So yeah, that's my theme.
Yeah, we talked before about how I don't love how Demi directs this movie overall, but I think in this scene it works perfectly. I just love the close-ups to them. Like, just I love the introduction to this. And it's really not technically part of this you talk about, but the introduction coming in, just how like it's like he's like a Dracula at a Gothic castle, and he's like set up even though he needs a sill. It's just framed like he's still in a position of power. The scene's filmed in Pittsburgh, by the way. And he comes in and.
That's why I look got it.
Smart. And just her coming in, like you said, just the framing, just like the shot, counter shot kind of thing. And, like you said, him looking away and his eyes, man, just like are dead. Like, I don't know how, I mean, just that's the Academy Award worthy right there. Just how he's able to just drop any like human emotion or feeling or life from his eyes completely. Like, I completely buy he's a murderer psychopath. And just when he crawls up on the window and the reflection on the window, so great. And yeah, and just introduce like the way he gets right into it, like tell me about your childhood, and he just starts breaking her down like from minute one. And just this whole thing is like a game to him. It's great. Like I said, I have my opinion on the movie. Everybody else.
Just real sorry. I just thought when they bring up the moth that's inside and there's like something that it's not been discovered or released to the thing. He's like a butterfly, a moth. Yeah. Is like, oh, Billy wants to change. Like, it's just how he delivers that line and her like realization that he knows that before even seeing it is just great acting.
Somebody talk.
I'll be quick because I'm also not a huge fan of the movie. Like I said before, I think every time that Anthony Hopkins is on screen is really the only parts of the movie that are worth much for me. So as much as I remember this scene, it's good because he's in it. Otherwise, it doesn't stick out to me.
I do like the scene. There's just many other scenes that I think I prefer over this. Like, this isn't a bad scene. I think it's actually well executed from the filmmaking and the performances, especially. Like Hopkins, we celebrate his performance like every day, it feels. It's a good scene.
This scene was in contention for the list. It was between this, the night vision scene, and Lecter's escape, which I picked. Great pick, Cody. Good job.
All right, moving right along. Jake, what is your number 10?
I am absolutely going to lose, and that's because my number 10 is Frank reconnects with his dad from Magnolia. God damn it. Yeah, I know.
Disgusting.
Okay, listen, I have two anti-Magnolia haters here. I do not like that.
I'll back you, Jake.
I will talk. Yeah, thank you, Scott. But I will talk about how great this scene is. Frank, T.J. Mackey, Tom Cruise's character, motivational speaker. He's got a phone call telling him that his dad's about to die. So he goes and sees him. He hasn't seen him in years, and he just basically the first half is just talking down on him. His dad left him with his sick mom, and he had to just take care of him all on his own. And now he's sort of in the same situation his mom was in, where he's on his deathbed, he's dying. And the first half is almost devastating. Just the fact that Frank is just destroying his dad. Like, look at you cocksucker! Like, you're dying now. Like, this is where mom was, and just the fact that now it's almost comic. It's almost a comic experience for Frank to see his dad in this situation. But as he goes on, you see the tears and you see just the emotions, the remorse sort of come out of him, and so the sorrow that sort of affects him. And he's just like, I don't want you to die. Don't die, you piece of shit. And just we always talk about how Tom Cruise is the biggest action star currently and makes the biggest movies. But him as a performer, I just think this is his singularly defining moment as an actor. The way he just delivers this emotional scene with Jason Robards. He's my winner this year, and I think he should have won the Oscar. I don't know why Michael Caine won, but it's just he goes through so many different emotions. Just the way he just breaks down throughout the scene, where Jason Robards isn't saying anything. He's on his deathbed, doesn't say anything, and it's just all on Tom Cruise, and he just delivers this absolutely just powerful performance. that I think just really like connected with me on the first viewing and has always like stuck with me. But just like absolutely just raw emotions that just you're just displaying here. It's absolutely just like absolutely powerful.
Koho, what is the exact opposite of this textbook pandering clip? We need that right now.
It's called the Jake Marangoni thing because that's what I use.
I think you made your list just to hurt me. I'm taking this personal. Yeah, this scene, whatever. I mean, Tom Cruise plays Tom Cruise variation number 3 of 4 throughout the movie, and then he ugly cries, and that's an Oscar nomination. I think Philip Seymour Hoffman is doing better acting out of focus in the background of this scene. It's just more. It's the whole movie is just like this, like over the top melodrama nonsense. I mean, I'm not. Robarts and Hoffman are innocent. Everybody else, and yeah, this scene top 10 is nuts. That's crazy. I hope is it going to get better or worse from here?
It's probably going to get worse.
Oh no. Everybody else on Frank and his dad in Magnolia.
I haven't seen the movie.
All right, look, I love this movie. Tom Cruise is my favorite actor. So, of course, I love this scene because I do think it's some of the best acting that he's ever done. And, 99 might have been his last legitimate chance to get the Oscar. I mean, I'm still holding out some hope for this year, but we'll see. Unless he just totally sells out in like his 70s just to get the statue. But he deserves one. He's fantastic in this movie. So this is one of my favorite scenes. I think I still might have just picked the frogs, like if I had to pick a scene from the movie, just because the events and the way it all comes together and the Amy Man and all of that is just perfect. But this is probably the second best scene for me.
The only person I'm jealous for in this movie is Jason Robards because he's dying, and he gets to leave. I still have a personal vendetta against whoever put this on the Full Metal list. It's the only reason I ever saw this movie and have ever seen this movie. I think it's garbage. I think Tom Cruise being nominated is hysterical to me. I think he is by far the worst, in this movie. That's why I love this film community, because, two people can watch a movie and they get totally two different takes from it. I think he's awful. I don't think he's good. I was if you took Tom Cruise out of this movie, I think I like this movie more. And this scene is one of those things. I think of him overall, his acting with his dad, I know you're supposed to care about it, I just don't, at all. And 10, well, that was your choice. There would be better for, generic Spider-Man walks across the screen at 30-second mark would have been better than putting this at the 10 mark. Just my opinion.
All right.
It was probably somebody who didn't even play Full Metal because that was half the people who added to the.
I was gonna say that's definitely wasn't.
I didn't play 1 year, and they let me add 4. It was a great time.
Yeah.
Scott, you're number 10.
All right. My number 10 is I'm calling it the second listening booth scene from Paris, Texas. So this movie is, it's about a dude who has been missing for several years. He emerges in the desert and eventually in the second half of the movie is kind of going on a quest to find his long, also missing wife, who is also the mother of his child. And they, for reasons we don't really know, they've separated and they've both sort of gone missing. And he eventually tracks her down, and she is working in this sort of peep show listening booth type thing where she's behind a one-way mirror, and she cannot see who comes into the booth to talk to her, but he can see through the window and see who he's talking to. And so he goes in and talks to her on one occasion, and then the second time he goes in, and it's one of the most incredible feats of screen acting that I've ever seen between Harry Dean Stanton, who plays Travis, the guy, and Natasha Kinski, who plays his wife. And basically what happens, it's about a 10-minute long scene. And he, over the phone, begins to tell a story about, he's like, hey, I just want to tell you a story. And he begins to tell the story of their relationship. And slowly she starts to realize, about partway through the story that he's describing their relationship and that this is Travis that's behind the window, the mirror. And so it's it's an emotionally overwhelming scene because the rest of the movie is pretty deliberately paced, is all sort of building to this one moment when it all just comes crashing down because you don't know what exactly has gone on and why Travis, what his whole deal is. But then, like I said, the acting, just the way that Harry Dean Stanton delivers the story, and then especially Natasha Kinski, who is mainly just reacting behind the window. And again, like I said, having that slow realization. And finally the scene culminating with her like coming up to the glass and like pressing her face up to the glass, trying to see and saying Travis because she realizes it's him. It's like just absolutely devastating. It's one of those scenes that should like be taught in schools, and I think it probably is, because the acting, the dialogue, and especially the direction of Wim Wenders and like the way that he uses the silhouettes of them and everything until like eventually like his face like completely overtakes hers. It's like a brilliant scene to look at for being just the simple scene of two characters talking. So it's an incredible scene. Like it deserves to be talked about on any top 100 scenes list, in my opinion.
Yeah, Harry Dean Stanton didn't get enough respect. We don't talk about him enough. So underrated as an actor, and so good in this movie just in general. Like you said, this is the point where, like, up until here, you haven't gotten like a lot of emotion from him. You haven't got a lot of like information as to who he is as a person, and it all comes pouring out here at this moment. And just him, like, and the story is kind of unfolding as he's rediscovering everything, so you're kind of figuring things out too. And yeah, like you said, the way it's shot with the lighting in the booth and the reflections, really well crafted scene too. Yeah, great movie, and I don't know. There's a lot of good scenes in this. I don't think you could have gone wrong picking a scene from this movie, but this is a really solid one. Everybody else on listening booth, Paris, Texas.
I haven't seen the movie.
It's been forever since I've seen Paris, Texas. I remember thinking it was a masterpiece, but it has been almost like 10 years since I've seen it. I do want to rewatch it, but I do remember, like, this is the best scene in the movie. This is like the standout scene, and it's like absolutely fantastic.
All right. Well paced so far. We're down to number 9. Jack, what do you got, number 9?
All right. My number 9, a yikes from earlier. It's the dueling anthem scene from Casablanca. Yeah, this scene is fantastic. So context to this scene, Rick Blaine at this point in the film has been completely neutral to everything that's happened. He's having a conversation with Victor Laszlo in his office, and they hear the what I assume is the German anthem. These German soldiers basically singing out the German anthem in his cafe, and Laszlo, furious with this, goes down to the band and tells them to play. I'm not going to even try the name because I'm going to butcher it. But the French anthem. Yeah, thank you. Tells them to play that. They look over at Rick, and then he just gives them a nod. And in that moment, Rick has finally decided to take a side, and they start playing the anthem. The entire all the people in the cafe start singing along to it, and it quickly drowns out the German anthem. And it's a really powerful moment. It stuck with me since the first time I saw Casablanca like 3 years ago, and it's a scene I revisit and think of often. Just a beautiful moment in this movie. You can take the rest, Scott.
Scott, where'd you have this at?
I think I had at 28, maybe. It was pretty high for me. Yeah, it's an incredible scene from one of the greatest movies ever made. I was just watching the World Cup. It's funny, and hearing La Marseillaise is like, it just reminds me of Casablanca whenever I hear it. But it's one of the top national anthems for sure. If we're doing national anthem rankings, it's definitely up there. But yeah, like Jack said, this is like the point in the movie where Rick he realizes that he doesn't have he can't be neutral anymore. He has to take a side. And by sort of facilitating what Laszlo is doing, it's a great scene. And there's so many little moments too of the characters. Like you have, I think her name's Yvonne, the woman who's like always drinking at the bar and like trying to seduce Rick, and she's like so like emotional singing the song. You have Ilsa just like looking at Victor Laszlo, and you realize like this is when she's like looking at him and realizing that she loves him like she does. And then what I love too is that because this movie's so great and it has everything, the scene ends and then it's like, Strasser, he comes up to Captain Renault and is like, you need to shut the bar down or whatever. Look at what Laszlo can do. And he's like, well, I don't have a reason to shut it down. They're like, well, make one up. And he goes, okay, and he shuts the bar down or whatever. And he's like, I'm shocked to find that there's gambling going on in here. And the guy just walks up and goes, you're winning, sir. He's like, oh, thank you. And just puts it in the box. So there's a great joke at the end of this like really powerful scene as well, which sums up, how great this movie is. I love it.
Yeah, this scene is kind of a microcosm of why I love this movie so much. And Scott, you kind of hit on the head. Like everything's so real. Like you feel like even like the background characters are like real people that are experiencing this. I always say the Yvonne character, she has one of my favorite character arcs in the history of cinema, and she gets like 3.5 minutes of screen time. Like that's how like well crafted every person that walks on camera is. Like you said, there's so much emotion. Like a lot of these actors were actually like real life French expats who had escaped the occupation. So I think a lot of that emotion is real. And like I'm not French. I don't care about the French. I don't particularly like the French. But I watched this. I just rewatched the scene just to rewatch it before we came on. I was getting choked up just watching the clip. It's so powerful. And like you said, there's so many story elements going on here. Like you're realizing like exactly the importance of Laszlo is, and for the first time, Rick's starting to like his facade is starting to crack. And yeah, like you said, that gag at the end is so that timing where it's like I'm shocked to find out that gambling is going on here. You're winning, sir. Thank you very much. So Claude Rains is great in this movie. But yeah, this is if anything, I'd say you guys have this too low. Make an argument this is top 3, top 5 all time. Cody and Jake did not have it. Explain yourself. You haven't seen it?
No, I've seen it. I just, I'm guilty. I didn't have it on my top 100.
I don't relate to any like real scene from Casablanca. I like the movie overall as a whole. I don't love like an individual scene that I absolutely love. I don't. When you guys were describing it, it's funny. I like the moments, but it just doesn't click as like one of those scenes for me.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat as Cody. Like I like the scene, I like the movie, but it's just like it's one of those things where I watched the movie, I knew pretty much everything about the film going into it. But like it's a good movie. I do want to rewatch it just to like get a clear mind of the film, and the scene itself is good. But yeah, I
will say the more you watch it, the more you like it. That's what happened to me. It took me like
I would say that about Magnolia. So
watch it on the big screen.
I love that. Cody, number 9.
Number 9, I guess you'll have the pandering clip ready. It's not pandering, it's just a fact. It's Michael shoots Palazzo and McCluskey, Godfather.
That's textbook pandering.
I mean, it makes sense if it's pandering, but it's also in my top 5 movies of all time, so I'll take the pander, I guess. This isn't my favorite scene from The Godfather, but it's very, very close to my favorite scene from The Godfather. Basically, Michael I'll save everybody the thing. Michael not in organized crime, not part of that side of the family. Michael gets put into that side of the family, agrees to do this for the family, and it unlocks something inside Michael, and it translates for the rest of his life. You can basically, it's similar to what as soon as he gets picked up in a car with them and they're driving, they frisk him, they check all the stuff, and he's like starts having the conversation. you see like the darkness in Michael's eyes. Like he is like he's dead inside at this point. Like he has removed himself any logic, he knows what he has to do and that's what he's going to do. They go into the restaurant and Salazzo sits across from him and goes, "I'm going to speak Italian to Michael," and he starts like talking to him, and I want to keep this cordial. I want this infighting to stop, like everything. And Michael's just like agreeing. And then all of a sudden he's like, "I got to go to the bathroom." He gets up, he walks to the back, and that's when the tape gun's in there. And he comes back, and probably one of the most brutal shot scenes, also in film, 70s, just pops him right in the head, and then shoots McCluskey in the throat and then forehead, and you see the blood pour out of the thing. And Michael leaves, and that's when it starts who Michael is from that point on. I think it's just an absolutely brilliant scene. It sets up exactly where Michael's turn is. Michael Corleone is the best character arc in film history for me, of where he starts to where he ends. And this is the first trigger to put him to where he becomes who he is.
I also had this. Yeah, it's funny. We were just talking about the Casablanca scene, which is where Rick decides he can't be neutral anymore. This is almost you could say it at multiple points in The Godfather, but this is truly the you can never go back after this scene for Michael. And so it's, yeah, and they set it up so perfectly, by explaining, here's what you need to do, right? But you still don't have full confidence in him to do it because he's still kind of the demure Michael at this point. And he goes back into the bathroom, and it takes what seems like an inordinately long time for him to find the gun, and you're like, oh no, what's happened? Did they not hide the gun properly or whatever? Did something go wrong? And then he was told to just come out of the bathroom shooting, and he doesn't, and he goes and sits down and is waiting a second, deciding, is he actually going to do it? And I also love that Sterling Hayden is just chowing down on his veal or whatever, and then he just all of a sudden gets shot, and he's like, what the heck? And then finally, just him walking out, and that last shot is so amazing of him with the gun, and he just throws it and puts his hands up in the air, I'm washing my hands of whatever just happened in here. It's simultaneously I can't believe I just did this, and also I'm disavowing what I know that I've just done. So it's a perfect scene, from a perfect movie. It was hard to just pick just one scene, and of course I could have picked more. I mainly just picked one scene for most movies, so I did go with this one. But yeah, it's so good.
I'll shout out to McCluskey for doing the most violent headbutt through the table of all time to fall to the floor. It is the most abrupt, and that table goes flying. It's great.
Man, you guys picked arguably 1 and 2 all time back to back. That's pretty good. This scene is, yeah, this has been, I don't know if it's still my favorite scene of all time, but it was for a long time. A few other scenes maybe have challenged it. But this is so good. Just the way it builds the tension, and you said, everything, the bathroom, him sitting down. I love when they start speaking Italian. There's no subtitles, and it's all just in their faces, and you kind of have to not guess, but you get enough from them that you know what they're talking about, but you're just hearing the language. And yeah, just how he's given these instructions, and if you watch, he does every single thing wrong. Like you say, he comes out, he's supposed to shoot, or he's supposed to come out shoot, and he sits down. He's supposed to just walk right, drop the gun, walk out. He lifts the hand, shows everybody the gun because they're supposed to think he still has the gun. He does every single thing wrong. And then when he walks out, and that beat that hits, that just real hard, and he's going out the car, that shot of the restaurant with the lights in the rain, so good. Yeah, Sterling Hayden dies so well, such a great. It's so satisfying because he just so much this kid is nothing. He's so far beneath me, and he just sit there eating that. None of this matters to me. It's so unimportant, and it's just such a satisfying death. So yeah, great scene. Like I said, one of my top all time. So great pick, Jack and Jake. You guys don't have this one. Explain yourselves.
I had a different scene from The Godfather. It's a great movie. Can't wait to rewatch it. Yeah, great pick, Cody.
This is a great scene. I do like it a lot. I just love the eye play of Michael. There's that one dolly zoom in, and it's just him just you can just see every thought that comes into his brain of like, how do I do this? How do I pull this off? If I do this, what am I going to do exactly? And then just the way that the train, like the sound of the train, just like getting louder and louder. It's perfect filmmaking, honestly. Like we celebrate Francis Ford Coppola's directing sort of his accomplishment from the Godfather films. Yeah, it's just a scene that I just don't really like. I don't call it a favorite. I call it one of the best scenes, but I just don't call it a personal favorite of mine.
Because why would you consider the best one your favorite? That would be weird. Jake, it's your turn, number 9.
It is my turn. My number 9 is it's hard to explain, but basically it's the fantasy sequence in Mummy. So Kirk, I got a question. You've seen the scene, yes?
Yes.
Did you watch the movie?
Unfortunately, I had a very hectic week. I was not able to, but I'll explain to you where I'm at with it. But go ahead.
Yeah.
I got a pretty good list of it.
Without going too much into detail, because I think Mummy is like an incredible film. The whole movie opens with this law that's just been I don't know what the term is, but there's a new law basically allows financially limited parents to send their children to hospitals if they are like if they misbehave or if they're like massively troubled. And the whole movie builds up, and you see this relationship between a mom and a son, and their connection with another neighbor who's also a teacher. And a lot of stuff happens throughout the movie. I won't go too much into spoilers, but it just comes to a breaking point for the mom where she realizes, I don't know what else to do for my son. And so they decide that under the pretense is that they're going to the beach or they're going out. And so they all pack up and drive to the hospital. The boy doesn't know, the mom, and I believe the neighbor does. And as the drive goes on, that aspect ratio, which I talked about a few weeks ago with the Wonderwall sequence, starts opening up. And you see, instead of them going to the hospital, they go to the beach and they have a good time. You see him getting better with grades. You see him graduate from school. You see him get the letter saying he's going to college. You see them pack up. And it just basically becomes what the boy's life could have been. You see him growing up. You see him bring a girl over for dinner, them getting married. And throughout this whole fantastic sequence is just what the mom wanted of his son, that she knows just is never going to happen. To see her son grow up, get married, have a wife, have an education, become something that she wants him to be. Just know that it's not going to happen. While the music by Ludovico Einaudi, I think is his name, plays throughout the sequence. It's just like a fantastic piece. It's what's it called again? It's called Experience, and it's just something I listen to a lot. But just listening on its own, it's just like one of the most like beautiful pieces of music I've ever heard. And throughout this scene, it's just sort of heartbreaking to know that I'm not a parent. I don't know I don't have the exact connection that the main character has, but just seeing like having a child and not getting to see what you want to see of your child and seeing them, getting married and graduating and going to college. It's just like, it's almost heartbreaking to be like, what have I done to get to this point? And it's just absolutely like just a fantastic just idea that I think is executed perfectly throughout the scene. It's just one of those moments that just always, I never cry during movies, but this definitely gets to a point where I'm just like super emotional about what's happening.
Yeah, I do apologize, Jake. You did ask me to watch this, and I got it from my library. I had it all set. It just, like I said, the week kind of got away from me. But I did go and I read up on the movie, and I got much information I could, and I watched the scene because I wanted to be able to discuss it with you. And yeah, from what I know and watching the scene, it's pretty solid. Just because having personally, family members who have, suffered from mental illness and having lost people to mental illness, like just that idea of you don't really think about it, but it's like, just what are you losing to this illness that this person has? Like what is it taking away from you besides just the person themselves, like the experiences that you're supposed to have with them, like for just a normal regular life that people take for granted. And I think this scene really expresses that really well. I think that the music is great. And it's a very, even like I said, without the context of having seen the entire movie, I was very emotionally affected by it. So I thought it was a really good scene. Has anybody else seen this movie?
Sorry.
No, it's one I've been told to watch by someone I went to high school with, but I haven't seen it.
All right. That takes us to Scott and your number 9.
Well, people might be surprised it's this low, but this is Jessup's cross-examination from A Few Good Men.
I had this.
Yikes.
Okay.
Wow.
Why?
Holy shit.
That?
How I have this higher is crazy to me.
I'm sorry, what now?
What did he say?
Okay, it was number 9. Let's relax, everybody. It was still pretty.
All right, Jack. Number 8.
Oh, right, yeah. My number 8. Wow. My 8 is Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. From Princess
Which
Bride.
part? He says it the whole movie.
Probably
Okay, fine. The one at the
The
end.
ending.
The one that
Christopher
deserves
Guest.
to be this high on a top.
It is Jack. He could have totally made a terrible mistake and put the very first time he says it. He's an idiot.
Okay, you know what? That's totally valid. That assumption. That's fair. But anyway, this scene's incredible. Legitimately my favorite revenge kill in movies. Inigo Montoya, he's one of my favorite characters in movies. Specifically, like there's so many great characters in this movie, but he's my favorite probably. When he finally finds the six-fingered man, when he finally meets Count Rugen face to face, he corners him. When he finally meets him face to face, there's a great chase scene that follows. He finally gets him in a room, corners him. He gets stabbed. You think he's pretty much done. He comes back and he can't stop repeating the line that he's rehearsed over and over and over again. You've heard it before. I won't say it again because it's been said many, many, many times, and you know the line. And then he basically gets Rugen to beg at the end, saying, "Say you'll give me whatever I want." And he's like, "Anything and more." And he stabs him and says, "I want my father back, you son of a bitch." It's perfect revenge kill. It's everything that the movie was building to for the character, and I love it every time. It's just so satisfying to watch.
Yeah, what this scene has gone against it, obviously, is just that it's been, repeated and quoted so much, and but it's still fantastic. What this movie does so well is just create really good, like basic, not basic in a bad way, but like literally basic, like characters who have like very clear set goals, and he's probably the best character in the movie. And he's been waiting to say this line, and he finally gets to say it. He just keeps repeating himself. And then I want my father back is such a great final kill one liner. And Mandy Patinkin is like kind of underrated as an actor. He's one of those guys like you're not gonna like expect him to like give some like great Oscar-worthy performance, but you can tell anytime he shows up he's working. And like he's doing like he's putting the effort in, and I think he really, and even now you hear him interview, like he really has like a love and a passion for this character in this movie, and it just shows like in his performance here. So yeah, again, I think we talked about this in the top 100 movies. People had this came in high a couple times, and it's not a movie that I still like love and really cherish a lot, but it's definitely deserves to be talked about for stuff like this. Everybody else on this scene.
The reason I really like this scene, I picked the other one. This scene is like Mandy Patinkin's like talked about it, of like he got the inspiration from his real father, like when he says the line like "I want my father back, you son of a bitch." Like it was like an improv line at that point. Like it's a brilliant scene. Like it's what you want. Like the joke's been played off so many times, but now he's able to finally confront it. this is a movie that I love. Like I've loved for my entire life, and the older I get, it falls more and more. Like it's not like I still love it, but it's not like to the like obsession I used to be. But yeah, if you're gonna pick two scenes, I think the two scenes is this one and the one I picked. I personally feel like that. So great choice. 8 maybe too high, but overall I get it.
It's a great scene. Yeah, I'm also a fan of Mandy Patinkin. I absolutely love his performance in the movie The Adventures of Elmo in Grouchland, which I saw as a kid many times. But yeah, this is a good scene.
What a Jake comment. Yeah, it's a good scene. This movie doesn't really do anything for me. It's just not my kind of movie. But I think it's cool that we had 2 Rob Reiner scenes back to back. 2 very different movies, 2 very different scenes. One of the things that I think makes Rob Reiner an underrated director. Just saying.
All right, Cody, number 8.
We're going to continue the theme of like death and blood and misery. My number 8 is Tim Robbins confesses in Mystic River. Mystic River is a movie that people like talk highly about. They don't talk highly about. They don't think it's deserving. It's not. It's a little overrated. I absolutely adore this movie. I think this is absolutely incredible. I think that Sean Penn deserved the Oscar that year. I'll stand by that. Shut up, Jake. You literally have fucking shit on your list. Like, please.
Nick Nolte should have won that year. I'm just saying.
You have shit on your list. There has been porta potties on your. Stop. You can't head shake anybody on this call. I love giving this movie to people to watch because it's always like Tim is my favorite person that has ever gotten this because he's like, I messaged him a little too early. I was like, how you feeling about it? He's like, I'm 30 minutes left. And I'm like, oh God, I'll leave you alone because this is what happens in the last 30 minutes. And he's like, I feel sick to my stomach. Like this scene does so much. And it's on both of them got nominated. Nick Nolte just wasn't available for the ceremony, but Tim Robbins and Sean Penn going head to head in this, like, Sean Penn's daughters died. The evidence keeps stacking up, basically, that the belief from Sean Penn and his group that Tim Robbins is the one that did it. Tim Robbins killed his daughter. And they're walking down, like, by this lake, and he's like, listen, just confess to it. I'll let you live your life. Like, Sean Penn goes through this entire story of, like, the guy that put me in jail, that I didn't get to watch my mother die. He put me in there. We were cellmates, and I put 2 bullets in him when we got out. Like, you'll serve your time. We'll get through this. And, like, he's having this emotional breakdown. And Tim Robbins, like, I killed a guy. He was a pedophile. I killed him. He's like, do you think your wife thinks you killed my daughter? Like, going through all this stuff. And he looks at him, like, really down. He's like, it's my daughter. Admit what you did. Just admit it. And he, like, the turn in Tim Robbins' character. Now, I don't want to give the whole movie away because if you haven't seen it, there's a moment that happens at the very beginning of the film that basically sends Tim Robbins down this path. But he sits there and he's like, Tim Robbins gets these glassed over like eyes, and he goes, it reminded me of my youth. If I got in that car, if you got in that car over me, and like basically confesses to something that he had no part in, but confesses to it. And it's like, it leaves you with this uneasy, like sick feeling to your stomach. I think it's just absolutely a brilliant scene from Tim Robbins and Sean Penn, especially one of the, like, the climax of the movie. And I don't want to talk about the scene. Like, there's a scene that follows right after this with him and Kevin Bacon. And it's like another like heart-jerking reaction. I think it's set in Boston too, so it just happens. It's just an absolutely brilliant scene. Oh, shut up, Kangaroo Jack! You really have the audacity.
I like that you picked this scene because I mean the big like scene everybody knows, like, is that my daughter? Like that scene. This one I think just so much more subtle, but so much still like has all the emotion and everything behind it. But has like a lot more layers to it. So I think like this part of the performance better. And like you said, just Tim Robbins, like where he goes and just what you find out later you know, I guess we're not spoiling this movie, but if you find out later, just if you know that,
you can. I tried not to, but you're fair to spoil.
But I'll just say it just makes this scene so much more devastating once you know that. But yeah, again, I think 8's high for this, but it's still a solid scene. Everybody else, The Confession of Mystic River.
I really wish I liked this movie more because I like the story a lot, and I think Dennis Lehane is a great writer. But the acting, honestly, is what throws off this movie for me. I think there's just too much acting with a capital A, and I think Sean Penn is one of the biggest culprits. I mean, he is the biggest culprit, honestly. This isn't the worst scene. Like, again, the one that Kirk mentioned is, there's a lot more happening there. But I just think they could have played this in an even more understated manner, and it would have been 10 times as effective as it is. So I understand why you picked it, but it doesn't fully work for me.
I wish I liked Mystic River more than I do. I think it's fine. It has been like a bunch of years since I've seen it. And I do like the scene, I guess. It's like it's weird to me because Robbins won the Oscar, and it's just like it feels more of a career win. I mean, he's good in the movie, but I just feel like there's other winners like Nick Nolte. But yeah, it's a good scene. It's nice. Just for the record, Cody, I don't have any scenes that's set in Australia on my top 100. Just saying.
Because nothing good happens in Australia. Thanks for proving that. Yes, you do. You have the rundown.
I just
want to Australia. Let's.
I just want to point out that Scott, who thinks that Tom Cruise deserves the Oscar for Ugly Crying, thinks
That's right.
Jessica did this movie. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. Talk about overacting. Tom Cruise and Magnolia thing.
Don't even.
Fucking emotionality power.
Oh, it's okay when you say it. It's not okay when I say it. Shocking, crazy. Welcome to film community, and it's okay when the elitists talk about it, but not us. Fair.
Oh my Payson. Yeah, this is a great movie. It's been like 4 or 5 years since I first saw it. I have to rewatch it, but Robbins is phenomenal in the scene. So is Penn. Yeah, great pick, Cody. Didn't make my list, but like I can't say anything bad about it. It's a good pick.
All I will say is watch In the Bedroom, Manhattan, or what's it called, Manchester by the Sea, or The Ice Storm. All better New England family tragedy movies.
Ice Storm is great.
All right, Jake, what's your number 8?
My number 8. We haven't had a scene from my favorite movie in a while, so we're gonna have the cinema scene from Donnie Darko. Cool, Cody.
Can you just have them put the movie on there? Just have them put the fucking movie on there at this point.
Sometimes there are
good lord
from the same movie. I can do whatever I want. It's my list, bitch. Anyway, yeah, I just love the atmosphere of this scene, just the tone that this whole scene is. Donnie and Gretchen go to see Evil Dead, shout out Sam Raimi, and 10-20 minutes into the movie, Donnie looks over and sees Frank is there, the man in the bunny rabbit suit, and asks him in a hilarious fashion, why are you wearing that stupid bunny suit? And Frank replies, why are you wearing that stupid man suit? Which I think is an amazing line, and I love saying that. And basically, at this point, like you're finding out just a bit more information about Frank and like who or what he is. He takes off his mask and he sees that he has been shot in the eye. He's played by James Duvall, and doesn't really go too much into detail why he got shot, but basically shows him the screen and says like, "Hey, look at this," and then opens up the port. Have you ever seen a portal? Shows the screen and it becomes Jim Cunningham's house and basically says, burn it to the ground. Like he's kind of manipulating Donnie to do certain things. And at this point is when it sort of changes and gets him to burn Jim Cunningham's house. But I just love the atmosphere of the scene. I love the music. It's sort of the main theme that plays during the end credits. But it's probably the most iconic shot of the movie of Donnie, Gretchen, and Frank in the cinema, just like looking at the screen. It's just a really tonally fascinating scene. I really love the atmosphere that it provides. Just simple, but really executed perfectly.
I don't know, Jake. I know you're just gonna tell me it's your favorite movie, but I just I've rewatched the scene. It's fine. The tone, the atmosphere. I think there are scenes in movies that do it better. Jake Gyllenhaal sitting there with his weird "we live in a strange world" smile on his face, and I don't know. It's like I said, I'm not going to tell you it's like the worst. It's not Nick Nolte and Hulk, but I'd say it's kind of unremarkable. Everybody else on Donnie Darko in the cinema scene, if you've seen it, or the movie theater, as we say in North America.
I haven't seen the movie.
I don't have much to add. We've talked about the movie a couple times. I do really love the movie. I want to watch it more, but I've only seen it the once. I do vaguely remember the scene Jake's talking about, but there's some other scenes that stick out more in my memory. But I do like the movie.
Just think, if you would have watched the movie, Kirk, you just took care of 7% of Jake's list. Nuts.
Jack, did you say anything?
I said I haven't seen it.
Okay. All right. So we're on to Scott's number 8.
All right. My number 8 is the beach rescue scene from Roma. Yes, this is such a beautiful scene. And again, another sort of emotional crescendo scene in a movie that it doesn't, it kind of shies away from these scenes for the most part. You see sort of the domestic struggles of this woman, Cleo, who's the housekeeper, maid for, the young Alfonso Cuarón's family. And, we get to learn about her life, and, we see her relationship with this man who leaves her behind. She ends up getting pregnant, losing the child, and basically is just having to go through nothing but heartbreak and strife for the whole movie. And it's already been established early in the movie that she cannot swim, and yet she goes out with the family, the children, to the beach, and one of the children wades out into the ocean and gets caught up in the tide, and there's basically no one to rescue her, and Cleo, the main character, has to go in and rescue her. And we don't really understand how she's able to do it, again, because she can't swim. We know that she can't swim, but that's kind of the beauty of it. Is this scene probably didn't exactly happen like this, but in real life, but this kind of shows how Alfonso Cuarón saw this person as like a miracle worker in a way. And so there's something sort of almost supernatural and miraculous about what she's doing in this scene. And then just, the image, and it's on the poster, of them on the beach, just all embracing, and her at that point breaking down and confessing that she is glad, basically, that her child did not live. It's just such a devastating scene, but also it has a silver lining in a way that it doesn't really come anywhere else in the movie. Again, you're kind of just expecting the worst for this character the whole time based on how it goes. And the fact that she is able to rescue, the child, and basically is kind of showing there that, hey, this is kind of the family that I've made for myself, and I'm, at least feel complete with them in my life. So I love this movie, and I will never forget, this scene for the first time, just, overwhelming me. And how they filmed the scene is really cool too. Like, they built this whole dock of, like, going out into the ocean basically in order to allow the scene to happen. So it's very well done.
Yeah, when this movie first came out, they did day and date, so it was on Netflix, but I wanted to see it on the screen. Everybody's saying see it on the big screen, so it I just couldn't do it. It was a theater that wasn't very convenient for me. So I was like, I kept waiting, for time. I couldn't get there, but I wanted to see the movie so bad. Everybody's talking about it. So finally I broke down. I watched it on my phone. And, watching the whole movie was just beautiful. But this scene on my stupid little phone just broke me. Just completely broke me. I was like, I couldn't breathe. I was crying. I was like, oh my God. And just the way, and again, the whole movie, the thing I love about the movie is how it uses what's not on camera, and how it kind of uses the periphery to, the things that would usually be the main story of the movie are happening on the periphery, and you really don't see them happening. And when she goes out, the camera's locked on the beach, and when she goes out, it stays there. So you really don't see the rescue. Like you're left that you hear them, but you can't see what's happening. And it goes on, feels like forever. And you got the waves and the water and the sun coming down, the lighting with the black white cinematography. Beautiful scene, great scene. So yeah, this is definitely worthy of being in the top 10. There are 2 scenes in this movie that I would put on, say should be on top 100. I think the forest fire scene is the other one, but I think this one. I mean, again, you could take any frame of this movie and put it on this list, and I'd be fine with it. But this is a fantastic pick. Everybody else on the beach scene in Roma.
Fantastic scene. Absolutely love the sequence, and also the fact that I believe it's all just one take. Like, we've talked about how much I absolutely love that sort of filmmaking. It's just brilliant stuff, and I love the shot of them all together at the end.
This is my nap movie. This movie I've never been able to make through. I am so bored to tears. But I will say, just to help everybody else, breaking news: Henry Cavill will no longer be Superman. Just to let everybody know. So we went to see Black Adam. It's confirmed by him, and you literally went to see Black Adam to see him return, and now he's no longer there. Henry himself is
emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
It's great. His Superman sucked anyway, so it doesn't matter. Time to move on.
Guys, how is this going to affect the hierarchy of power of the DC universe?
It seems like it hasn't changed.
It's clearly The Rock's. Can you believe The Rock came out and said, "Hey, we made $52 million on a superhero movie"? That's what executives want to hear. Not millions, not hundreds, tens. Crazy.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to roadblock, but yeah.
That's okay.
The cape will not be donned.
We're on to number 7 with Jack.
All right. My number 7 is the girl in the red coat from Schindler's List.
What color is the coat? Red. Thanks.
What?
It's my favorite trivia question of all time in movie trivia. What color is the coat? Red.
Yeah, this scene is incredible. So, Oscar and his girlfriend, I believe. I can't remember who specifically she is. It's been a while since I've seen the movie, but Oscar's on a horse, like he's riding a horse with this woman, and they're out on this hill, and from on top of the hill they can see the Nazis emptying the ghettos. It's a massacre in there. They're destroying absolutely everything. There's a bunch of people getting shot, and in the middle of all this carnage, this is my second like it goes back and forth between this and another scene for my favorite scene from Spielberg. But in the middle of all this carnage, a girl in a red coat walks down the street, and the focus isn't on anything else in the scene. It's just on her. And it has Williams's perfect score. Arguably the greatest film score of all time in this movie. And the focus is only on her, and it brings me to tears every time. And there's a scene that happens about 30 minutes later in the movie that makes this scene even more powerful. It was almost I could have done more scene from this movie that I picked, but I went with this one. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, this is a standout scene in the movie. I think because it's kind of a bookended with the other one you're referring to. It by itself, I don't think it has the impact, but it's still great. I mean, it looks great, it sounds great, and just how it, just how stark this movie is, and just how depressing. And then you see, a little bit of color, a little bit of life, and then what happens later. It's killer. Everybody else on the red coat, Schindler's List.
One of the greatest movies ever made, if not the number one greatest. But I have a different scene from the movie on my list. With that being said, of course, if I say a comment like that, I don't really think there are any bad picks. This is, obviously a great pick. It's one of the most memorable scenes from the movie, but there's one that emotionally affects me more.
I have never seen the movie. It's maybe my biggest blind spot ever. But I do know the scene, and I know the shot, like of the girl in the red coat. Like that's one of the most iconic things ever. Yeah.
This is trying to hit a quota and making sure you got a Schindler's List scene on your list so you can prove that you know cinema. Not the scene to pick from Schindler's List at all. I think there is I'll see what Scott has, but I'm betting Scott probably picked the scene that I would pick. We'll see.
All right, Cody, number 7.
Talking about the Holocaust in one, we'll talk about, a self-righteous human being. Another, Jordan Belfort sells penny stocks in the Wolf of Wall Street. Basically, he's out of a job. He goes to this penny dime. He sits down with Spike Jonze, basically the character. Underrated character in this movie, to be honest. He is hilarious. But he's sitting there, they're sitting there, he's like, who the hell buys this piece of shit thing? He's like, well, entrepreneurs wanting to get started, And he's like, but the good news is you make 50% off of what you sell. He's 50%. I'm on it. And he sits down and he gives the sales pitch of all sales pitch, basically, where he gets the entire room to stop what they're doing while he's spewing bullshit across the phone to this guy and the whole room. And then as soon as he hangs up, he gets $6,000 from the guy. And they're like, how did you do that? And he makes so much money from doing that and builds his brand up and stuff like that. Again, it's just Leo deserved the Oscar before he got the Oscar. I think this movie in itself is arguably one of his greatest acting performances of all time. I think he's great in both. Not a shot at Revenant, but he's great in both. And I think this is just the first glimpse of what a douchebag Jordan Belfort really is and what he's able to do and what he's able to achieve to get it done. And he knows nothing about this. He entered in and just started and convinced somebody over the phone to give him $6,000, and he walked away with $3,000. So it's I had to put this scene. There's a lot of scenes I could pick from this movie. I absolutely love this movie, but this is the scene from the movie that got me hooked into the movie.
Yeah, it's a good scene. I would say the only problem is that there's a lot of scenes in this movie where they kind of have the same effect that show who this character is. So it'd be hard to pick just one. And I don't think I'd put any of them this high. As good as they are, I think the movie's more than the sum of its parts. And I don't think there's one scene in it that stands out as oh, this is just an all-time great scene. I think it's more about the development of the character and everything, but still, it's a good scene. It's well shot, well written, well edited.
I did want to put the Quaalude scene on there, but I decided to keep it or the drive in the Lamborghini. But, yeah.
Everybody else on penny stocks.
Very good scene. Would have went with the Quaalude scene.
And I wouldn't have went with Red Jacket.
Fair.
Touche.
Good scene. I like the movie a lot. I don't really like saying this, but I do think 7 is very high. That's Kirk's job to say that's too high. But it's just it's a really good scene, and it's also just great seeing how it sort of plays out for Jordan.
Yeah, I do like the
Did
scene.
the bullshit come from across the side of Ang? Didn't he have Ang Lee's Hulk last week?
What are you talking about?
You're not talking about numbers. Why don't you sit in the corner and bring up your bullshit and don't throw them across at number 1 this entire time? How about that, Jake? How about you sit there and shut up?
Okay, I do like the scene. The movie's actually not one of my favorite Scorsese movies. I think it's just a lot. But individual scenes, yes, I do like. I do like the scene, again, seeing everyone wild in the background. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, Spike Jonze is great in the scene as well. Actually, I was just watching today the actors on actors from Variety that came out today was Carey Mulligan and Margot Robbie, and Margot Robbie was actually talking about how this was also her favorite scene in The Wolf of Wall Street. So there you go. You have good company at least, Cody.
Hopefully, her new movie's better than
All right.
I've heard things.
Jake, number 7.
Number 7. It's been yikes a couple of times. We finally get to talk about it. Get to bring back Spider-Man 2 again. It's the train sequence. Yeah. It's that whole thing. That thing is just like, this is cinema. Like, this is just incredible.
It's 7. It's not my job, but it's 7. Just throwing that out there.
Like, when we think about some of the best sequences in superhero movies, I think collectively as a race, as a human race, we decided that this is like one of the best, like the top 3 greatest scenes in superhero movies ever. Okay, fuck you. But what I love about the scene is just the build up. Like at this point, like Peter's lost his powers. He gets them back, and it's like Doc Ock has kidnapped Mary Jane, and he goes and gets his suit, which is a humorous scene with J. Jonah Jameson Day. Like he admits that Spider-Man was good, which is great. But you see him going to fight Doc Ock. That fight starts out on the building, and then it goes onto the train. And that whole train just action sequence, oh my God, is so good. The way they fight on the side of the train, the way they dodge like the bridge, the way he throws him through the bridge and then goes through it and then like hits Doc Ock, and then the whole part where he's like skidding on the road and then was able to fling back up and save the 2 people. That whole sequence, just like watching it as a 6-year-old was the best experience I've ever had in a cinema. Like I'd always been hyped for the movie when I was young, but like watching it in the cinema and seeing like the action, especially, and I love the action in the first one, but seeing it just technically executed better was really just absolutely riveting. And as a kid, it's just always fun to watch Spider-Man. But then it goes a step further, and Doc Ock pushes the train to just constantly go, and it doesn't stop. And he's like, now you got to try and catch this train, and then leaves. And it's all just now on Spider-Man, on Peter, because he takes his mask off at a point and realizes that I've got to stop this train. And he has to push himself to the absolute limit to stop the train, like almost killing himself through it. But it's one of those things that's just so iconic. And I mean, it's sort of memeable with like Toby's face throughout that whole sequence, but I love it. I love that sort of stuff. It's referenced in Into the Spider-Verse. It's one of those parts that everyone just remembers as like, that's what being a superhero is saving people. That's part of the job. And the fact that we get to see him actually save people, I think is a part of why I love the movie, is that it realizes like what it is to be a superhero. And you have that whole part where all the civilians catch Peter, and then they just got the one guy's like, he's just a kid, like no older than my son. They realize like he's just doing this on his own. Like he doesn't even fully know what he's doing. He's still young. And you have the whole part. I mean, it's a little corny, but it works for these movies because that's the whole sort of idea behind them. You have the 2 kids go, here's your mask, and we won't tell nobody, which is a double negative. But it's just really great to see just like the sort of, yeah. It's sort of the civilians of New York that we see throughout the Spider-Man trilogy. Like they are characters in and of themselves. There's a great essay by Patrick Willems on YouTube that sort of explores this idea. But just the whole sequence is great. Just incredible action, incredible sort of like just the way he saves, and the whole technical execution of the scene. I just think is absolutely fantastic. This is a scene that I will watch just every now and then on YouTube because of how much I love the scene. It's great.
I think I had this next. It was my 29.
Yeah, I had it at 34. So
yeah, this scene is incredible. One of the greatest action scenes ever put to film, and just in superhero movies in general. It's just that the battle between him and between Spider-Man and Doc Ock is fantastic. But my favorite part happens after the train has been stopped and he's being carried through the train by the civilians, and that whole exchange with them is probably my favorite part of the scene. Just really moving every time I see it. And then at the very end, Doc Ock just bursts in, and they all try to protect him by getting in front of him. He's like, okay. And he just splits him.
Back from Sopranos is there.
yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Great scene. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, I just love it. I'm not going to go on about it, but I love it because, again, Toby's face, whatever, it's meme to death. You would never see that in a contemporary superhero movie because everything just comes so much easier for them, right? You don't ever have to see them like stretched to the limits of their power and like exerting themselves in the way that he is. So that's what I love about it the most. Is like you actually get to see the humanity in this superhero, and yeah, that he is just a kid. And yeah, I was also going to say that the like classic Raimi dark humor moment at the end of "You're gonna have to go through us" or whatever. Okay, and throws him against the wall. It's great.
Cody, you didn't have this? Okay. Yeah, it's a superhero fight scene. It's pretty good. Nothing particularly bad about it, but it's not the 7th greatest scene of all time. I don't even know if it's the 7th best superhero fight scene of all time. But 7 super high. 34 wherever you. Scott, you've been bad mouthing comic book movies like this whole time.
I've been bad mouthing bad comic book movies.
And then you have this.
Inconsistent is the best thing I can describe Scott for this show. Inconsistent.
I don't like bad movies. I like good movies. There you go.
Oh, Scott! Phantom Menace. We have that on the record,
That's
sir.
right.
We have that on the record.
It's not a superhero movie.
I want it on the record. It's a good movie.
Oh my god, one of those people. What? Yeah, we're I said I lost my train. What was I gonna say?
Yes.
Yeah, it's there. It's fine. Go back. I don't have anything else to say about this. Go back to the other 25 Spider-Man scenes that Jake's brought up and replay that. It's probably the same thing I say about this. Cody, what are your thoughts?
I didn't include it because I knew Jake was on the panel. My thing is it a great scene? Yes, I really like it. It's losing steam every time just because it's the most. It's copied in every Spider-Man movie moving forward, and it's not its fault to its own. But it's like, ooh, if he stretches 17 webs out one way and 17 the other way, what can he hold? Like it's just like he has to pull everything together. It was a good of his time too, because man, you released this like 2007. Not a shot in hell that no one tells who Spider-Man is. That thing is on MySpace tomorrow. Like no questions. Like his picture is posted everywhere. So it was a product of the time. I think it's great performances. I think it's a great thing. But again, I was here to defend one person, but he decided to start throwing haymakers across the way. And he basically has no arms in the fight, so I'm ready to beat his ass. Terrible. 7? But you know what? It's Kirk's decision, not mine. It's Kirk's. But 7? Ooh, way too high.
All right, Scott, give us your number 7.
Okay, Schindler's List. That's a movie I'm surprised we haven't talked about at all, but I chose the ending. So
the correct scene.
Well, here's the thing. I could get. That's what I was going to say. I could get greedy and try to argue that the I could have had one more is part of the ending, but actually that's not what I'm having on my list. I'm having the actual ending, which is the sort of montage of what happened, after all of this, and then specifically more than that, the reveal of the real Schindler Jews. All walking to Schindler's grave and paying tribute to him. I love it because number one, it's the most emotional that I've ever been watching a movie. Like I can remember my family like looking at me like, "Are you okay?" when I was watching this, because it just destroyed me. And even today, even if I just watch it on YouTube, like it just. And what I love is a few things. First of all, the like text on screen again that explains everything, and it talks about how. They planted that tree in tribute to Oskar Schindler, and then it just says it grows there still, and it that text remains on the screen as you see all of the Jews walking across the field, and then it changes the color and you see all of them real, and just that it grows there still is such a powerful last sort of line in the movie. Then obviously the reveal, like from the black and white of the movie to the bright color of all of these people on the beach, is stark for a reason, because I think somehow amidst all of this, because Spielberg is Spielberg and he's a crowd pleaser, right? He somehow finds a moment of like hope amidst the worst event in human history, which is that this one guy, Oscar Schindler, was able to generations exist because of this man and what he was able to do. And just seeing that, like, again, you are seeing it in process for the whole movie, but then actually seeing the effects of that and all of the people, and the fact that, you know, it's not just the people he helped, but now they have families and they've multiplied, and the effect that one person can have. Again, it's an incredible Spielberg moment of finding this moment, you know, this reason to find hope amidst the worst event in human history. And, you know, seeing all of the people that we've seen throughout the movie accompanied by the actors who played them, and then finally you have Oscar Schindler's widow coming in with Liam Neeson, and, you know, just all laying tributes to him on the grave. It's just, I don't think any movie will ever be able to capture something like this again, probably.
Oh, Scott, you bummed me out because I was ready to talk about. I could have got one more. That's what I thought we were going to discuss here. And I think
Go for it.
Honestly, I do think that is a scene. This is a great epilogue. And I think, you know, and I think it's great, you know, just the fact they brought in like the actors and everything. I think it's a great, you know, way to wrap up the story. But I don't think it beats the actual like ending. I mean, not the actual ending, but the wrapping up of Schindler's story. You know, when he's leaving the factory. Yeah, I'm kind of lost because I had a lot of stuff to say about the other scene. And this is what I was expecting. But I mean, you're right. I'm dumb because this is the actual ending.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I should know what ending means. Everybody else on the final scene of Schindler's List.
I can't argue. I can't argue. You had the girl in the red coat. You sit over there in the corner for a second. Like this is you're when you describe it that way, you're 100% correct. There's no shot. I think the other one is probably the more iconic because we all know it. But I think you're correct with picking the ending. I think that's a powerful ending of the movie. So yeah, it deserves to be probably this high.
Yeah, this scene is perfect. It's been like it has been a while, but since I've seen it. So remind me, do the actors walk alongside the people they actually portrayed it? Okay, yeah, that's something that I'm remembering
for the most part.
Yeah. That scene makes me tear up makes me just sob every time. There's very few moments in movies that can do that. I just picked the other scene that I go back to quite often in this movie. So yeah, no, great pick, Scott.
All right, number 6, Jack. Hey, we're about halfway through. I've been through these top 100s. If I suggest that if you're going next, don't be the last person to talk about the person who went before you, because you're going to wear yourself out.
Fair.
But that said, go ahead, Jack.
All right. Number 6, it's another yikes from earlier. It's Portals / Avengers Assemble from Avengers Endgame. This scene fucking rocks. This is my favorite moment I've ever seen in a theater. Being an MCU fan and loving most things in the MCU. Growing up with it, this film made it just absolutely broke me. The scene in particular, Cap finally at it. It's Cap's alone. He's alone against Thanos and his entire army, and instead of giving up or anything, he tightens his shield and to his arm and starts walking towards them, knowing he's gonna die. And then, last possible moment, he hears Sam Falcon in his ear and says, "On your left." The first portal opens, Black Panther walks out, and it's a beautiful moment when Silvestri's score kicks in. Honestly, one of my favorite pieces of score in any film is this moment here. There's not much there's not many moments where just hearing the music will make me tear up. This is a scene that it's the most beautiful and best way they could have ended this film, or to bring everyone back. It's perfect. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, this is the moment where I wondered for a brief moment if the MCU might actually be all worth it, because it really did hit me, despite the fact that I didn't care a whole lot for the characters or a lot of the movies that came before this. I think it's also a well-directed action scene, to be honest with you, to give the Russos some credit, because they're able to contextualize everything on such a large scale with so many characters and everything. Like you kind of know where everyone is, what they're doing, what all of that all the time, which is actually impressive to do. But that's the last good thing I'll say about them. But yeah, you knew that they were going to bring everyone back, right? There wasn't really any suspense there in how they were going to bring it, or the fact that they were going to bring everyone back. So I think that makes it more impressive that they were able to do it in such a satisfying way when you're sitting there the whole movie waiting for it. The fact that it still hits as hard as it does, it's great. And Avengers Assemble and all that and everything that comes after it, it's by far the highlight of the MCU, and a high that I feel firmly confident in saying that they are never going to hit again, and that they should really just stop trying.
Just those two? Yeah, I mean, it's a great moment. It's been talked about to death. Not much more we could say about it. Just the build up and getting here, and the minute with Cap. Not my favorite scene in the movie. It's like the best fist pumping scene in the movie, but it's not my favorite scene in the movie. I think 6 is super high. Even if you have a connection to the MCU, I think it's super high. Scott, where did you have it at?
I had it like my 80s or 90s.
That's a lot. Episode 1.
Yeah, that's a lot more acceptable to have it up there. I think that's a good honorable mention type of scene. Not that it's bad. I just feel like it's I don't know. There's a lot of baggage to it. Jake and Cody don't seem impressed. You guys
I'm just so like, Scott, I'm proud of you. Like, I'm so proud of you. Like, that your moral, like, where it stands and where it falls. Like, oh, the MCU is a pile of shit, but man, I'm really glad that I'm pumped up when Portals happen and all these characters that don't give a shit come out. Like, that makes no sense to me. But and Jack gets moved by every scene, and it's all incredible. So I'm proud of him that he likes easy to do entertainment films. This is not like, of the MCU. Yes, it's cool to see them all come out of the portals, like, I guess, but it's not my favorite scene in the movie at all. I don't love Endgame as much as everybody else, but I think the 3-way fight between Iron Man, Cap, and Thor against Thanos is by far like the most like, let's fucking go. When they all walk towards him, that's when I'm fully engaged. It's just a typical, fandom fanboy pick. And I forgot. Apparently, Jack already had 2 Lord of the Rings movies. So unless a Hobbit is showing up, there's only one. So I don't know what the other one could be. That's gonna be
Battle of the 5 Armies, baby.
Let's go.
1978 Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah.
Can you really say it's a fandom fanboy pick if I picked it?
Well, yes, I can, because you make no sense. You're inconsistent. You are so inconsistent.
I contain multitudes, Cody.
You're like a guardian. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like, I mean, I do agree. Watching this in the cinema, like opening day, and getting like the whole audience reaction is a great experience. Like, for my cinema, when Spider-Man showed up, that was like a massive fucking cheer. But
this is not cinema. Scorsese said so. Thank you.
It's true. It is true. It is more of a roller coaster. But that being said, it is fun being on a roller coaster. It's fun, that experience, and it's very similar to being
fucking breaks
in the cinema and watching this scene. It's great, and it was always one of those things where, like, as a kid, you're like, oh, it'd be so cool to see all the superheroes like get together and fight the evil villain. Like, the fact that it does basically happen in this moment, like, is pretty awesome. Like, this is for the audience. This is for the fans. And if you're not a fan, then you're not going to get into it. But if you are, then this is like your holy grail. This is where you fucking cream your pants. And it's okay for that to happen. Yeah. It's fun. It's a good
Scott's not a fan, but he's a fan of this because fans. Okay, move on. Sorry. We're going to be here for 4 hours.
All right, Jake, what's your number 6?
Is it Cody's?
It's mine?
Oh, Cody, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's all right. Mine, Ezekiel 25:17.
Yes.
So apartment scene. I think it was the best scene in Pulp Fiction by a large margin for me. Probably maybe most iconic. I like the other diner scene and stuff, but this, when they're standing outside the door opens the very first time, and you just see both of them standing there. To be college-age kids at that time and 2 men walking in suits, how they do not soil themselves instantly is something I like. The intimidation on both their faces, especially Samuel L. Jackson as he walks across the apartment, like the one guy takes off his puts his shoe on. No. Chill. And then like ask him like the dumb questions like, where'd you get the burger from? Even though it's like clearly on the cups and everything around them, and he's just like, it's a tasty burger. And like keeps going through. And then starts talking about what he's there for. And that scene when the one guy stands up, he's like, just a miscommunication, like it's just a blah, blah, blah. And he pulls that gun and shoots his friend and goes, I'm sorry, did I break your concentration? Like that is like the moment in the film that my jaw like dropped, because when the movie starts, like you don't know where it's like, if you don't know anything about it, where it's going to go, and then he starts going through and I will not do my terrible Samuel L. Jackson, like I will not try to like quote it for you, but like when he talks about the what and what country is that from, like what's no country I've ever heard of. And like the intimidation that he sets on, and the screen talking at him, I just think it's absolutely brilliant. How he wasn't like, he was nominated, did not win, but he definitely should. Like I think he is absolutely incredible as Jules. Jules is like one of my favorite movie characters of all time, and like how he gets them into a sense of comfort around him, and just completely. And then when he starts quoting that. Ezekiel 25:17, and you will know my name is the Lord. Like, fucking great scene. Like, when it starts happening, like, it still brings back the first time I ever watched it. Like that is a scene that I keep, like, kind of chasing, like, wanting to see a movie like that, like a scene like that again. It's insane. So, yeah. It's talked about, so I won't talk ad nauseum about, like, what they're wearing and where, like, when he opens it, it's gold, but it's great scene.
Jack, you had this?
No, I had the diner scene.
Did anybody else have it?
He had the opposite.
Nobody else.
He had the opposite one.
Okay. Yeah, and by the diner scene, you mean the one at the end, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. This. Yeah, I love the scene. Like it's like you said, Cody. It's like these dumb college kids. It's like, how do they even get involved in this? I love the fact they just don't address it. It's like these dopey, dumb California, LA college kids just hanging out, and like they are involved in like this giant like crime, caper. And I think there's got to be something to that, but I just love that it just completely unaddressed. I think it's a great scene. It's a very cool scene. I think the better scene is the diner scene, just because it's like when he starts, because you hear him say it's great, when he's in it, like he said, just some stuff I say to, when I'm about to pop somebody. But when he starts really breaking it down and figuring out what it means to him and how it defines him as a person, I think that's just more interesting. But this is so much cooler. Like I just love just the character introduction, find out about who he is. But I think people argue who the main character is. People say like he's the main character of the movie, and I think this kind of this scene makes the argument, like puts so much focus on him. But yeah, no, both great scenes. Again, another movie it'd be hard to go wrong picking a scene from. Everybody else on the apartment scene.
It's a fantastic scene. I think I said this when we talked about the diner scene, but I remember memorizing Ezekiel 25:17 in high school. It was fun to say all the time. This is also just a wonderful monologue that Jackson just executes perfectly. Am I crazy? Did Nico also do this for the monologue thing on the video store?
He did.
Oh God.
It's
Oh,
hard
no.
to
Why
compare
would you
because
bring that
Nico
up?
did such a fantastic job. You know, when I think of
I think I
people who
submitted
should-
this before seeing that. If I would have
Right.
totally crossed it out.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, you know, sometimes Nico just, you know, really delivers. And this is not one of those cases.
This is actually one where when I made my list and then I looked afterwards and I was like, oh, I didn't have anything from Pulp Fiction on there. It's kind of strange because I do love the movie. Just a few other Tarantino movies have kind of passed it in recent years, but I still think it's 5 stars and all that jazz. But it's a great scene. Like every single line practically is quotable. Like it is one of those scenes. Like I also love what does Marcellus Wallace look like? Does he look like a bitch? It's great. I mean, the whole thing is just like I said, every line, not just the Bible verse itself. He just owns the scene. Jackson does.
So this scene almost made my list. It's fantastic, great pick, Cody. It's one that I loved, that my friends and I loved to quote in high school. One specific friend that only Cam knows, but it's this is a fantastic pick. So good job.
I was pretty sure I knew that, Fred, until you said Cam. So I was making sure we're not on the same page. So appreciate that.
All right, Jake, number 6.
My favorite movie used to be Birdman, and we actually haven't had a Birdman scene on my top 100 until now. And it's really hard because there's many great scenes. But I'm picking kind of sort of the scene that sort of represents the entire themes and ideas of the movie, and that's when Regan flies at the third act of Birdman. At this point, Regan is hungover. He's on a ditch in the alley in New York, and the voice in his head, the ego talking to him, is basically trying to get him to relive the glory days as an actor in the 90s, as a superhero actor. And it's at this point that Regan essentially just succumbs to his fantasies, imagines this whole action sequence taking place with this giant bird, and then levitates onto the top of a building and then proceeds to fly. And it's sort of just a really fantastical sequence of seeing Regan just sort of fly around New York. I really love the execution of it, and also the music that plays. I can't remember the piece at the moment, but it's a really nice classical piece of music that plays. But just basically, it kind of just deconstructs the idea of like, what is it that you want to be as an actor? Like, you used to be this great big actor making these superhero movies, and now you're trying to do this talky, depressing, philosophical bullshit. Like, who are you? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? And that's basically what, like, the ego, the Birdman character is trying to tell Regan. Like, what is it that you're trying to do? Like, you don't want to be this pretentious, like, arty actor. We had so much success as Birdman, as the character. It's sort of just him sort of arguing with himself and just like, what is it that you want to be? And he doesn't fully exactly know what is going on. I just think that just the execution of it is perfect. And I remember watching in the cinema and just being like, this is just like, I've never seen anything like this. And also the fact that this whole designed to be one take, I think is really great. You have the part where Birdman is just walking behind him and just copying every sort of like moment of his walking, and just the fact that he just basically just talks to the screen and just is like, you want all the action, you want the blood, like not this depressing philosophical bullshit. And I think it's just really good and sort of indicative of what the movie's trying to be. Like it's a deconstruction of both the philosophical like art house films and the popcorn blockbuster films. And I think just the idea of like, can we have it both ways? Is there a way that we can just live with having both blockbuster films and art house stuff? I think that's what the kind of the film is really sort of talking about, and I think it does it really well. The scene's just like is absolutely like this movie like cinema energy. I really love the experience of watching it and just the magical moment that it really captures.
Jake, why isn't Birdman your favorite movie anymore?
Because I decided Donnie Darko was.
You should switch back to Birdman. No, this I really like this movie, but this scene is the whole movie is shot so well, but it kind of like turns a corner for the better in this scene because it's kind of like cut to look like one continuous take, but it's a lot of walking and talking and things like that. And at this point, like it becomes like this whole action sequence, but it continues with that same like one take look to it. And it's done really well. Just the flying looks great. Just when he's up there, that lady's like, "Is this real or for a film?" For a film. Just those little touches, and I love the ending. I love the way it cuts to him landing and walking in, and then the cab driver comes up behind. Like you never see the cab, but you see the cab driver. So like you make the connection. I think it's so like it's just so brilliantly put together and edited. It's like, just like the rest of the movie is. So solid pick. Again, like whole great movie. You could pick a lot of scenes for this. This should be your favorite movie. Everybody else on the regular flying scene from Birdman.
I like the scene. I enjoyed the movie. I'm just glad you didn't pick anything involving the critic in this movie because that's easily the worst part. But I think the underwear scene is probably just like slightly better for me, just because I feel like it's the best use of like the one take and everything technique. But I do love all the stuff with the Birdman character and the voice that he's doing. And I mean, Michael Keaton should have gotten the Oscar. I mean, Birdman shouldn't have won Best Picture, but like, it's so stupid that they gave it to freaking Eddie Redmayne, one of the worst actors. But anyway, Oscars don't matter.
Yeah, I too would have went with the scene where he's running around the outside of the theater in his underwear. I think that is a lot of fun, but this is a great scene as well. Not one of my favorite Best Picture winners, but when I rewatch it eventually, who knows, my opinion could change. It's been like 5 years since I saw it last.
In 2 years from now, when you cover this movie on Pitch Disc, can I be a guest on?
Yes, I'm sure we can make that work.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to fucking do that. Oh God. Oh.
All right.
They sit there and talk about how gay something is. It's weird.
Spence is on the show. What do you want?
Like that's a bad thing. Come on.
Hey, that's a thing. That's not from my opinion. No, it's just weird how they stopped talking about the film altogether. And compared to Top Gun Maverick,
that's
I don't love this movie.
I don't know what to tell you.
All right. So Scott, number 6.
Number 1 ending in movie history. It's Before Sunset. Yep, I said it. It's actually not 95, 2004. But
I was gonna say it's right. Yeah, I was confused.
So Before Sunset obviously has like the sort of ticking clock thing going on for the whole movie because Jesse and Celine meet, and we know that Jesse has to get to the airport at a certain time because he is going to be leaving Paris. And so they just decide, they're going to start walking and talking, and all of a sudden it just, kicks off just like it did in the first movie, and they fall back into their usual rhythms. But again, Linklater is so smart with the way he sort of like scatters these details throughout the movie, and you learn that both of them are in serious relationships. Jesse's married. He has a child. Celine is in a serious relationship with her boyfriend. And so that introduces like, complications into the, them being together. It's obviously a different scenario from where they were in the first movie. And so, again, the ticking clock keeps happening, and he's, his limo driver or his, chauffeur shows up, and he's got to go back to the airport. Well, hold on, we're just going to drive her back to her apartment. And then, okay, they get to the apartment. I'm just going to walk her inside. And they get inside, and as they're walking up the stairs, first of all, I love when they're just walking up the stairs in silence, and you just know, like, that he is not leaving that apartment. And they get inside, and he talks her into playing a song for him, which is, It's a Beautiful Song, and listening to her sing it. And then she starts, she puts on the music and starts dancing. And at this point, he's missed his curfew clearly. And she just says to him, the most perfect lines of, baby, you are going to miss that plane. And he just goes, I know. And that's how the movie ends. Just again, a perfect reward for those of us who are, so invested in the relationship. And, I think Before Sunset's the strongest of the trilogy because of how it uses that ticking clock thing. And the fact that he has to make, this is where he has to make the ultimate decision. Is he going to stay? Is he going to be with Celine? Is he going to put his entire rest of his life on the back burner for her? Or, is he going to go back to his life, back home? And just that simple line of, I know I'm going to miss that plane and I don't care. And Ethan Hawke's face, it's perfect. And now I'm going to take my headphones off.
You're muted.
Oh, he's muted. Yes. Yes. Justice.
Pretty amazing that the 10 weeks of the show, on a panel with Jake Marangoni, you may have the worst possible take that's been spoken. But this is the greatest ending to a movie of all time.
I'm not the only person who would say that.
Well, there's a lot of other people are wrong then. And I love the phrase that you use the term ticking clock repeatedly, as if something is like actually happening in this movie. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's just it's the movie. It's they talk and then they talk some more, and then they talk in this scene, and it just happens to be the ending of it.
And
like it's just more talking. So I mean, it's good because it ends on less of talk anymore. That's probably the highlight of it. Yeah, no connection to these characters, no care about the relationship. I just want to both shut up. Everybody else on the ending of Before Sunset.
So I saw this movie literally yesterday, and I loved it. So yeah, I was watching it, and in the middle of watching it, I remembered, oh, wait a minute, Scott hasn't had this movie on his top 100 yet. I know he loves it. What's going to be on this top 100? And then as soon as it got to the last scene, I was like,
yep,
yeah, that's it. But no, that last scene is great. I can't wait to see Before Midnight in a little bit. We'll see when I get to it. But no, this is currently my favorite out of the two.
Yeah. You gotta watch Before Midnight now just to be a complete.
You can watch the whole trilogy. Yeah. Before Midnight's great. Yeah, I love the Before trilogy. I'm with Scott. Like, it's one of the best trilogies ever made. All three are in my favorite, my top 100 of all time. I'm actually kind of pissed at myself for not having the ending on my top 100. I hope that doesn't deduct points, Kirk, because it technically isn't. But I kind of wish it did. But that's okay. Yeah, it's a great scene, and I just think the idea that it pays off for this relationship at the very end of the second film. Like, after the entire first movie of them having this just incredible night together, not being able to be a part of each other's lives, and having this whole movie of them reconciling, getting to know each other in the last 9 years, and then finally, like, Jesse making the choice to be like, this is what I want in my life. I think it's beautiful. I think it's incredible. I don't know if I would go so far to say it's the best ending of all time, but I think it's pretty great. You could definitely say top 10 for sure.
Oh my god, Jake! What scene would you take off to put this on?
One of the Hulk scenes when he escapes with the Talbot's death in the freeze frame.
No. He doesn't get any points for that.
That's tough. That might be a wash.
Hey,
I have to keep the Nick Nolte scene. I have to keep that.
Hey, Jack, just when you watch Before Midnight, do it with like a crowd of people, like a bunch. Like it's a good crowd pleaser movie.
Watch it, yeah.
See, the thing is, I couldn't disagree with Kirk more because I love this trilogy. Like, I have only seen it one time, but I really enjoyed it. I just wish that the one thing I was missing was Kirk telling me about like what he feels about Ethan Hawke, because that's my favorite thing. Because he like despises his character, especially. Yeah. Again, I've seen it one time, so I do need to revisit it. I would not say greatest ending of all time. No offense, but
that's fine.
But great trilogy. I suggest it for mostly anybody except Kirk or Brian.
Or Kaiser.
Oh, Kaiser, I don't reckon.
Kaiser doesn't like this trilogy.
No,
I feel like Jurassic Park. I don't want to talk to him.
Kirk is in hallowed territory with him and Kaiser.
Kaiser
the
has some
ones who
great
don't like-
takes. Great.
Even Brian likes.
Shut
like
up,
the
Kirk.
samurai.
You do not agree with that.
With what?
Kaiser has great film taste.
Most of them are. I mean, he has some misses, but he has a lot of hits.
Okay, what do you give Jurassic Park?
Jurassic Park 2 stars.
I said he has some misses, but most of the time the guy's spot on.
Also, he hates Spider-Verse more than me. Like, come on. I know we both think it's overrated, but like, not bad.
All right, number 5.
Oh yeah.
Where are we at here? That was okay. We're halfway through.
Yeah.
Everybody want to take a break?
Officially.
Intermission time.
No. Press on.
Jack, number 5.
All right, my number 5, Jake. I yiked it from you earlier. It's Andy's Escape from the Shawshank Redemption. Possibly the greatest ending in film history. Possibly.
This is not the ending. What?
Well, okay, fine. It's fine. There's 10 minutes after this.
20, but
15.
I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my.
Oh no!
Guys. Just
This
talk
is
about
bad.
It's in the finale of the film. We'll call it the finale.
The denouement.
You'll notice I didn't call it the ending. I said Andy's Escape. Whatever. Andy's Escape. This
it's 10 o'clock.
this scene is incredible. Easily one of the most satisfying moments in all of film history. The reveal when the warden and Red are in the cell, looking around. They're totally clueless. Warden starts throwing rocks around, and then one goes through the poster of the woman on the wall. He pokes his finger through, and it keeps going. And then he eventually reaches his entire arm through and rips the poster off. They reveal this massive hole in the wall, and everything that follows is just perfect. One of the greatest, most satisfying reveals in film history. I could honestly watch this scene at any point. It's been a minute since I've seen the movie. I forgot how much was after the scene. I apologize.
We can tell.
But yeah, this movie's perfect. I need to rewatch it.
And I had this, I think it was 41 or 31. Yeah, this is just absolutely fantastic stuff. I kind of consider this my normie pick, because it's like not really a movie that I'm associated with, and I do think the movie's fantastic, but it's not really something I talk too much about. But like this is just like fantastic sequence. I absolutely love the build up. Like you think he's gonna kill himself. You have the guards enter his room, and it's like, where's the body? And they bring in Red, and he's like, he just disappeared like a fart in the wind. It's great stuff, and then he hits the Raquel Welch poster. That whole build up, you have the part with Morgan Freeman's narration. Like you never really notice someone's shoes, and then you see him wearing the nice black shoes. The whole build up, it's also just great because the movie it happens like 2 hours, just over 2 hours into the movie, and to finally see him escape, someone who's like absolutely innocent, and to have that moment where he's out and he's like in the rain. And I think the part that really works for the scene is the music. Like I've talked about it before, Thomas Newman's my favorite composer. Should have won the Oscar for this. I'm sorry, Hans Zimmer. But it is just like such a triumphant moment for him to be finally free. And just the fact that it's symbolized by all the rain and him out. And that shot is just like one of the most iconic shots in film history. The whole execution of the whole scene is great. The fact that this is Frank Darabont's like directorial debut is just absolutely insane to me. And the way he's just able to play it so perfectly, I think is just really like showcases his strengths as a director and writer. It's great stuff, and the fact that he actually was going through a tunnel full of cow shit is full dedication for Tim Robbins. So yeah, I think it's absolutely fantastic and is great.
It was Cody that had the opera music scene, right?
Yes, and that almost made my list.
Yeah, that's both those scenes. I think that's the emotional scene, like just like the the waiting scene. But I remember first time I watched this movie, And when you see that, and you're like you said, Jake, you're just waiting for the worst. Like he's got the rope, he's going to hang himself. When that rock goes through that poster, and they're staring at it, I just love the fact the way it works, because like they're staring at you baffled, and you're staring right back just as completely baffled as they are. And then slowly it starts to like reveal, and like you're trying, like you're kind of keeping up with the movie, and like finally you're like, oh my god, and it clicks what happened. And it's just one of like the most like cathartic, perfect endings after everything he's been through. Just so many great payoffs of everything that's been happening throughout the movie, and it just goes back and shows you like this happened and why what he was up to, and like just when they go back and they cut back to that first night, and he pokes the hole in the wall. It's just such it's so good. Like this is, I know it's not the ending, but whatever you want to call this, like whatever it's storytelling, this part of the movie would be called, is just so fantastic. And it's just such a great payoff to watching the movie. It's so satisfying because so many of these movies like this, like you don't get I don't even want to say happy ending, but like any kind of like satisfaction. And the fact that you're just like completely like, okay, yes, I'm so on board for everything happening here. So yeah, definitely worth top 10. I think Cody's scene would have been worth top 10 too, either one of them. But this is great. Cody, you did not have it. Scott, you didn't have it. Go ahead.
Yeah, he went through a river of shit and came out clean on the other side. Like it's like one of those. It's. I didn't put it because I figured somebody else would have it. I have the other two a little higher because I like them a little bit more. But yeah, the most underrated character in the entire movie is the Warden. I absolutely love the Warden in this movie. Like when he goes in the thing and he goes, "What about you, Miss Furry Britches?" Like, and throws the rock. And I think the best thing about it, not that he poses over, but you hear the rock travel farther, and like the sound that they had, and he's just like, "Where's he at?" It's like, "Oh no, you guys are as thick as thieves. I see you walking around all the time. Would he just disappear like a fart in the wind?" Like that. And then when he comes through in that range shot and the score kicks in, it's a magical scene. Growing up, I never understood why this was like the number one, like IMDb, like why is this movie the number one? And I understand how people are like, there's people that are like, don't give it as credit because it's that. But I think when you think of like movies and stuff, like this is one that they just got right. It's a brilliant movie to me. And I think it works because the two characters you follow the entire time have successful and interesting and complex payoffs. They both have payoffs, and it's like an inspirational kind of thing. Like even though you've been through complete and utter shit, and you still don't know, like you I mean, it's real that he's not doing it, but like he's going in there, like you don't know for the longest time if he's an innocent man or not. Like he seems innocent, and then they reveal. But yeah, great ending. It deserves to be this high.
You know what else has two interesting, complex characters that you both get payoffs for at the end?
Don't do it.
The horror trilogy, but this one's good too.
Jake, how's third place?
It's the best scene from a fantastic movie, but it is one that is just like talked about to death. So I don't feel too bad for leaving it off.
Yeah. Okay, that's everybody. So we're on to Cody's number 5.
Okay, this is a scene that I have to mute myself or remove myself from call. I just have to. I can't do it. Like it is arguably one of my favorite scenes. It's in my top 5, but like it could be in any of these orders. It's just on the stand in A Few Good Men. Nicholson's performance in this movie, like from the first introductions to him to when he takes the stand, is absolutely just brilliant. And like so me and Scott were on call and we watched it together, and like again, I suggest watching your favorite movie, like for a person's favorite movie with them on call, because you can like see the excitement when they're watching it. But I had to mute myself because I found myself when this scene happened saying the words, because it's so ingrained because I know every word to this thing, and I know exactly the motions, like, and how he does it. The scene is I think this is I love courtroom movies. Probably missed my calling in life. I should have practiced or did something in law. I enjoy so much around that. But when he does the this is such a complex stuff that we don't even understand, like a military court on top of just a normal court, that he has to mind every P and Q when he's on it. Basically, he ignores all the orders and goes completely batshit on the guy where he should be thrown into whatever. But when he basically breaks down, when he uses his words against him on the stand, is fist pump, yeah, he's the matters could have been taken. No, precisely. You said no men take anything into their own hand. If it's an order, it comes directly from you, all that stuff. And you doctor the logbooks in that entire script. You want answers? I want the truth. Chill. Still, me saying it right now, is absolutely, you can't handle the truth.
You cut and these guys
when he, yes. And then when he's that line is we live in a world the walls are guarded by men with guns. Are you gonna do it, Lieutenant Lineberg? It's just so good. And then the famous scream of you're goddamn right I did. And just everybody's face on it, and he's and it's part of the scene too. But when he gets off, it's you fucked with the wrong Marine. It's just him and just all the Nicholson greatness. Again, I was on this movie for the longest time. I think it's a 4-star movie with 5/13. I think this movie is absolutely incredible from start to finish, and the scene helps it close it out. So I'll let Scott take it from there.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. I think, this is the dominoes all falling into place, in this last scene, because everything has been set up, Downey's testimony blew up. Markinson shot himself. They literally have no one left. And this is the last, roll of the dice in every conceivable way. Because not only is it, the last roll of the dice for the case, but it could also be the last roll of the dice for Caffey as a lawyer. Because if he says one thing out of order to this, highly ranking military official, he's, going to be freaking disbarred, discharged, everything from, his role in the Navy. And so, he's having to play it so carefully, but then, he can't really. And there's the moment where he thinks he's got him, right? And he freezes basically, and Nicholson's getting up to leave. And then, he's hold on, I'm still questioning you or whatever. And, the way that it just slowly builds, and so many great little moments, Nicholson and the judge, Jessup and the judge, getting into it, and the judge being you'll address this court as your honor. I'm fairly certain I've earned it, is so great. And, again, just the way that, it's a cool, mystery type payoff, because the little things that you saw earlier in the movie, when he looks in Santiago's closet for 5 seconds, it's that ends up deciding the whole thing, right? Because he's if you say Santiago was going to be transferred off the base, but he hadn't called anyone, he hadn't packed the thing, and the way he just leads him into it. So with the seemingly harmless questions about oh, did you pack a change of underwear? Who'd you call? And what's your sister? You went to dinner with your sister or whatever. What's her name? It's so great. It is the all-time courtroom scene, the all-time movie, obviously for me. It's not what real court looks like, but it would be pretty fun if it did.
What would you know about the court? This is real to me.
I'll be there tomorrow, unfortunately.
Yeah, I had this as my 59, I believe. It was a while ago. This scene is incredible. Nicholson is at his absolute best here, giving one of the greatest monologues in movies. He is the perfect villain in this movie, and they covered everything from how Caffey just sets him up, and he gets him to admit it in the courtroom. It's just a brilliant scene. Sorkin is a phenomenal one. My favorite writer in Hollywood, and this is why he's incredible. Perfect scene. Yeah.
Sorry, one more thing. The conceit of the scene is like that they have to get this guy to confess on the stand, right? Which is like the classic, oh, well, that never happens or whatever. It's like the cheesy thing you see in Law and Order where somebody confesses on the stand or whatever. This is like the one example where you actually believe it, because this guy is so full of himself and he believes that every single thing he did was right and justified in ordering this code red, that you would honestly believe, yeah, he would say it there on the stand, and he would be proud of it too, because that's just the type of, aggro dude he is. It's great.
Yeah, this scene is so good. What I love about it is like it's remembered, it's talked about for its big moments. You can't handle the truth. You want me on that wall. You, Lieutenant Weinberg. If you ever get a chance, look up Kevin Pollak's interview talking about that film of that scene. I won't repeat his line, but it's great. What he has to say about it. But what I love about it is that just like what a chess match it is. And all like the really, like Scott said, like everything has to fall in place perfectly, and they have to do everything right to get this to work, or everything's all going to blow up in their face. And there's one moment where, because when Jessup first sits down, he's like, yes, he's answered the question, like this is all beneath him, like he's got this in control. And then Cruz turns and says, I wonder why he wasn't packed. And Jessup's eyes just narrow a little bit, and like looks at him. He's like, he might have me here, and like it's a look of like frustration, but also respect. Like that's pretty good. That's a pretty good move, and it's just this game they're playing. Like everything comes in like the him having that conflict with the judge like allows him to push a little harder than he otherwise might, because the judge is frustrated with Jessup. So there's so many moving parts in this scene, and I said, I know, Scott, this isn't what lawyering looks like in the big, but I feel like this is what, you tell me if I'm wrong, but this is like the struggle that lawyers have to like get exactly what they need to happen. And yeah, I just love that scene where he's
feeling it tomorrow morning. Let me tell you.
And just like little things like that scene where he gets to that point where like the thing about the packing and the phone calls kind of like fizzles on him, and that was his like his big blow. And he turns around and he looks at Weinberger. Weinberger just like. And he just turns around, he goes for it. I think this is all-time great Tom. Like people talk about like the big Tom Cruise moments in movies. I think this is all-time. It's not as big and like as boisterous as a lot of times, but just him like finally pushing through, and like he gets to that moment where okay, now I could say you ordered the code red. Like if he said it any other time except that exact moment, it probably wouldn't work. And I love that. I love just how fragile. Like it's a house of cards he's building. And I love scenes like that. So this is really, really good. Jake, you're the only one who didn't have it. What are your thoughts on it?
Are we clear? No, I love this scene. It was fun watching this on call with Cody and Scott. And I think Matt was there as well. But it was it's a fantastic scene. I kind of wish I did have it. Just if I'd known I was going to be the only one to not have this scene on the top 100. It's a fantastic scene. I just think like it's. You almost believe Jessup, like when he is talking about like how he believes that like you don't understand like what I have to do to keep this country safe, like what happens and what I have to do to achieve this. Like it's sort of mesmerizing. I think there's a reason why Nicholson is like considered one of the greatest actors ever, is because of how he delivers the monologue. It's fantastic. It's hard to like say anything that hasn't been said already. Everyone's done a great job with it. It's just a fantastic scene, and yeah, you're goddamn right I did.
All right, Jake, number 5.
What is my number 5? Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna lose now. Oh yeah. So I had one scene from
Scott has you in a good spot.
I don't know. I feel like this is gonna really fuck me over. So I've already had one scene from Magnolia, but I think as great as that scene is, it's not the best scene in the movie, because it happens halfway through the movie. We have an Amy Mann song play, and for the first time, all the characters are connected. It's the Wise Up moment scene from Magnolia. And Cody is covering because he is scared. And so is Jack. Watching this for the first time in forever was like this year was really fucking magical. I remembered why I love this movie so much. And it's kind of sort of in this sequence that I think just really speaks to me is the fact that we just have this small little musical moment with all the characters lip syncing to Amy Mann's song. Yeah, Amy Mann's song, Wise Up. And it starts with Melora Waters and makes its way all the way to Tom Cruise and the kid that plays Stanley at the end. I just think it's one of those things where with the movie, because it's an ensemble, all the characters are kind of disconnected. Some of them are associated with each other's, but it's a very loose plot between each characters. And this is sort of the moment where all of them are connected with this moment. All of them have, I wouldn't say it's the low point for all these characters, but it's sort of the turning point for all of them. And the whole movie deals with the sins of the father and the relationships that all of these characters have. And with this sequence, it's just absolutely beautiful to have. It's as simple as all these characters in this one moment singing this song, even though it doesn't make sense on a narrative level. It just works emotionally to a point where you just really feel for these characters. It may also just be the fact that I really love this song and I wish it was on Spotify and not the live version because that's really annoying. But there's the fact that all these characters are connected. And they are singing this beautiful song and just sort of the remorse that all of these characters feel. It really is a turning point for all of them. I think it's absolutely wonderful, and I'm very curious to hear what you have to say and why it sucks, Kirk.
Jake, you make it so hard for me because you say these things about these movies and these scenes, and it's so heartfelt, and it makes me hard to say what I'd say about them. The scene's kind of dumb and embarrassing. I remember the first time watching this movie, like I wasn't connected to the movie much at all. Julianne Moore's performance prevented that from happening. But when I got to this scene, I laughed out loud. Like I was laughing at the movie, just because of how kind of dumb this is. Remember the Gal Gadot Imagine cover?
This is not the same. No, you take that back, sir.
It's got that same level of cringe. It's very I think pace is on a delay. It's got that same level of cringe and kind of just like secondhand embarrassment. And I don't mind like weird, like non sequitur stuff in movies. Like I don't even have like a big problem with the frogs. That's just like I can deal with that. But this is just like, hey, we need something to happen. And it's like it's everything that's wrong with these kind of movies. So yeah, everybody else on Wise Up.
Magnolia is the Imagine of PTA movies. I'm so on board with saying that from now on. Again, that's why I like Kirk. Listen, they can pour their heart out and say something moved them to tears and blah blah blah. But it's your job as the host to shoot them in the back of the head. So yeah, good choice. But for you, yeah, it's a terrible choice. Terrible. 5, you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Thanks. I love you.
I still haven't seen the movie.
You haven't seen it since we
I
talked
say it
about
with love.
You could have watched the whole
It's only
thing.
3 hours.
You would have gone through like 2 hours of it there, yeah.
It's a great scene, Jake. Good pick. I like the song, like, kind of you could see it means like something different to everyone, kind of, which gets at sort of the randomness aspect of the movie. So, yeah, very cool scene. And the Amy Mann music is used, beautifully throughout the movie.
All right, Scott, where do you? Number 5.
Weirdly, I also have a sing-along scene. It just happened to work out this way, but this is maybe the great Dudes Rock scene. It is the police station sing-along from Rio Bravo. So this scene happens after Joe Burdett, who is the big gangster that they're waiting basically for him to come to town the whole movie to try to break his brother out of jail, has shown up. And basically he and his men are kind of like waiting outside the police station. They're just kind of waiting for their moment to try and attack and, ambush the officers and, free his brother basically. And instead of, just allowing them to do so and leave town peacefully and all that. The men in the police station, this is, John Wayne as Chance and Dean Martin playing Dude and Walter Brennan as Stumpy and Ricky Nelson as Colorado. They're all hanging out in the police station, and they just decide to start singing a song, minus John Wayne. He doesn't really participate, but they just decide to start singing. And first we hear Dean Martin, who obviously was first of all a singer, and he sings yeah, I know, right? A song called "My Rifle, My Pony, and Me." And then after he finishes, Stumpy, Walter Brennan, who's kind of the comic relief character, is like, play something, quicker that I can sing along with you. And then Ricky Nelson, who is also a singer, starts playing a faster song, and they all sing along together. And it's just a perfect moment of like bliss, but also in the context of the movie, the fact that, the killers are, these hardened criminals are waiting outside ready to bust in and break this guy out of jail. And instead of fleeing or, recognizing that they're outnumbered and outgunned and outwitted, probably, they decide to sit there and protect the police station, to the very last minute, and just, bro out and sing a couple songs together. It represents why this is one of my favorite movies, because it is driven by a lot of vibes more so than anything else. So I think it's like just an outstanding, just like such a pure scene of movie magic in a way that is pretty hard to deny.
Yeah, I'll leave it to Scott for this to be his Western scene. I don't know, like when I first time I watched this movie, I don't know if this is how it went down or not, but I totally got the vibe that they were like making the movie, and Dean Martin was like, "I want to sing a song,"
Yeah,
and they were like, "Okay," and then Ricky, well, I want to sing too, so it's like, let's shoehorn a song into the movie somewhere, and let's make this like
great.
light, like everybody's basically waiting to be murdered, and we'll have them sing this lighthearted, cheery song. In and of itself, like watching, like I went back and watched it, like, oh yeah, it's a fun little scene, but like when you see it context of the movie, you're like, what is happening here? Like these guys are all about, like these guys have like hours to live, and they're singing, "Hey, me and my horse," and blah blah. It's kind of ridiculous. It's not a bad scene. 5 all time is super crazy high. Like I said, out of context, it's not a bad scene. Like I like Dean Martin. I like listening to Dean Martin sing. But it makes, it's like if you watch like old like 60s or 70s TV shows like Brady Bunch, and like some famous singer would show up playing themselves, and they'd like have them sing a song, and everybody would sing a song with. That's exactly what this scene feels like. Anybody else seen Rio Bravo?
I have not
No.
seen Rio Bravo.
I'm really excited. It's on my watch list for next year.
All right, we're down to number 4. Jack, what do you got?
All right, my number 4, it's the opening scene from Inglourious Bastards. Yeah.
The milk scene?
Pardon? Okay, yeah. Honestly, the greatest opening scene of all time. I guess, well, you'll see. Greatest opening scene of all time. Christoph Waltz. After this scene, I totally understood his Oscar win. He is incredible in this scene. How he just he's a Nazi known as the Jew hunter, and he goes to this French house because he knows they're hiding Jewish people there, and he's just having a conversation with this farmer this whole time. And then he goes into this monologue about how people view how the Germans view the Jewish people like rats, and how would someone look at a German? Well, German would be a hawk. And they check all the places that a hawk would check. They check the attic, they check the barn, they check everywhere. But I know how to think like a rat. And then he just stares the farmer dead, just stares him dead in the eye, gives him the coldest stare, and says, "They're hiding under your floorboards, aren't they?" And at this point, they're speaking in English, so the Jewish people don't understand what they're saying. And it's just, that's the moment where you just feel cold. And it's just one of the greatest, most tense opening scenes in film history. I love it so much. Who had it next?
Anybody else have this?
I did. Yeah, this was my 67. Not my favorite scene in the movie, but I do love it. And yeah, it is a masterclass, and it is one of Tarantino's great sort of dialogue set pieces of like where everything just starts off and everything's normal and innocuous, and then all of a sudden just slowly, and he starts revealing the details to you. He reveals that the Dreyfuses are actually hiding under the floorboards, and the way that builds obviously is fantastic, and just Christoph Waltz like being so like droll and like weird, like drinking the milk is such like a strange thing to do. Pulling out this giant pipe is such a strange thing to do. Like he's unsettling you even before like you actually get to the truly unsettling part of the scene, and then like Shoshana's running away, and like he like points his gun, and like you wonder for a second, like is he actually going to try and like shoot her? And honestly, you think he probably could have, right? He probably could have shot and killed her, but as we learn about this character, he loves the hunt more than anything, and so he sees that as another business opportunity for him, and so he doesn't shoot. He lets her get away, but obviously we know he's going to follow up on that later. But yeah, it's an amazing scene, and just a sort of tonally perfect way of like flitting between horror and something a little bit lighter that I think perfectly captures the movie that we are about to see.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about scenes that like build tension and suspense and just like drag it out and just like kind of like kill you with that. And this is just a masterclass in doing that. Everything. I just love the score, that Morricone score with like the Beethoven sprinkled in. Just that opening crawl, Once Upon a Time in Nazi-occupied France, just a great way to start the movie. And just from the you see the vehicles off the distance, just the guys who actually know everything's wrong and something bad's about to happen. And it just goes on and on. I tried to show my wife this movie, and she didn't make it past this scene. It was just too much for her. And yeah, just like how you see coming in, just a great character introduction. You get to know this guy, talking to him, and you find out it's like, yeah, it's about the job. Like he's not necessarily a loyal Nazi. Like he doesn't care about there's no cause. Like he doesn't particularly hate Jewish people. Like he's just like, this is like he has this opportunity to hunt people, which is just like his skill set, and like it's just what he's good at. So he's going to do it. And then yeah, he's just there, like that whole drawn out the conversation and him, being, how overly polite he is and everything. And then he gets up, and it's like he's almost done. It's like he's like this anti-Columbo where you think you get a minute where, oh, maybe they can get away with it. Yeah, exactly. Just one more thing. And he sits back down. That's like where Jack referred to, where he's like okay, and then you just see like he has that like cherry cordial smile, and then his face just goes dead. Those are the floorboards, aren't they? Like on a flip of a switch, and he's just all business. Yeah, it's just he's just such a terrifying character, but just the way the scene is scripted and shot, just so great. Again, we talked about before, embarrassment of riches for scenes from this movie, but this is definitely top 10 worthy. Cody and Jake did not have it. Go ahead.
Yes. I didn't include it for the simple reason, like I said before, I knew it was going to be on here. It's a talked about scene, but if you talk about like opening shots, just like of a still from this, I think it's like one of the most like iconic openings. Again, I don't know if I'm right, but at some point during the conversation, they show the people underneath the floorboards, right? Like there's the initial which helps the tension of the situation grow, and it's what Waltz is able to create. The thing of like kind of like unexpected guests not wanting them there, but how that tension slowly starts to grow, and the increase of the music and the increase of like him, how the sound, like any little sound, like it basically the void of sound in that like house, you can almost hear anything that's going, like, so like you have to be extra quiet, but how he's just like able to keep talking and revealing more and more, and like it's just a panic-filled scene. I think arguably if I had to pick like top 10 opening scenes of all time, I guarantee this is pinned in the top like 3. It's just insane. What he's able to accomplish in this movie and what Waltz is able to do as that character too, because he basically lures you in and gives you a piece of security and then basically rips the blanket takes you down with it. It's crazy. So that's the only reason I didn't have it. It definitely deserves to be on this list, no problem.
Tarantino is a master when it comes to opening his films. Like, I can't even think of a single movie that doesn't have like an engaging opening, to be honest. This is a great scene. I love the opening. It's fantastic. It's one of those things where I wanted to put it on my top 100, but I knew someone was going to have it, and I just had a feeling where it's just like, I love the scene and I think it's fantastic, but it's also a scene that has been talked about so often. I just don't know what I would really bring to the scene and what I would really talk about. But it is like a fantastic scene. I just love the moment when he's able to get the farmer to crack and like reveal, like, do you have, Jews under the floorboards, and then that whole moment I just think is so like executed perfectly.
All right, Cody, you number 4.
I think it's been Yikes before. It's juror number 3, the finale of 12 Angry Men.
Yeah.
Lee J. Cobb's performance is a masterclass. I also have a personal connection with this movie. Like, I've directed the play. I've also been in the play. So it's like this movie has like play has surrounded me for a long time. And juror number 3 is just like the speech he gives at the end is basically like, again, the beginning of the movie where it's basically, 11-1 will be here as long as you need. Well, basically, I love how it transitions because it's like, oh, come on, we know he's guilty, blah, blah. And then when he's the 11-1 and Henry Fonda hits him with, we'll take as long as you need. We need to hear your arguments. I've told you my arguments. And he starts running through. What about the knife? The knife, just because he had a separate one? The old man saw it. It was clear. Oh, the woman? Who knows she didn't have her glasses on? You don't know that? And like, how he breaks down, and then he's like, he basically looks at the picture of his son in his wall, and he's like, your kids, you work your whole life. And they don't respect you. They don't love you after everything you've done for them, the work you did. So basically, it shows like the prejudice he's holding against this kid for his own son, and you just think of that. The brilliance about this scene is, one, the rain is the best score that could ever be for this movie. It sounds louder than ever when they reveal, I've changed my mind, I'm not guilty. It's 11-1, and you just hear the downpour outside. You've heard it the whole movie, but it's more clear now than ever that everything is against juror number 3. And I think it's just his acting. How this movie, I know he's saying a lot, how this movie did not get like the Oscar, it's crazy of the time, that he didn't get it. Like, he is absolutely a masterclass. And just the passion and the anger, you believe everything he says. I think it's a scene.
Yeah, this was my 27. Perfect scene. Lee J. Cobb is truly incredible in this moment. Unbelievable he wasn't even nominated, I don't think, for this movie, and that's utter bullshit. So no, this Cody said it all. This scene is perfect. I've got nothing else to add.
Yes, went back and watched this scene. I was thinking about the movie as a whole, like what scene I would pick, and if I'd be able to, because the movie, I mean, it's hard to break it down even to what the scenes are because it's just one continuous thing going, But I think this is a solid pick, and it's because I think this is probably the best acting in a movie filled with monologues and mini monologues. I think this is just like the best showcase of any one of the actors. And it's so good. Yeah, I just love how it's just the reversal from the beginning where, it's fun. And the one thing I don't like about it is like, and it's a nitpick, but I feel like Fonda up at this point has kind of been dispassionate, and I get the vibe that like his character is like reveling a little bit too much. He's like, you're alone. Like he's reveling a little bit too much in the reversal. But I mean, that's not a big deal. But yeah, Lee J. Cobb is just so good in like Cody, everything Cody said in his performance. And Outbreak said, I love the fact that like it all comes down. It's not like some like major deep-seated prejudice or anything like that. It's just the vendetta he personally has against his kid, and how he's projecting that onto this case, and how that almost cost somebody their life. So yeah, no, I mean it's hard. It is a hard movie to pick things like this from, but it deserves to be somewhere on a list. And this is probably this is better than pretty much anything else you can pick, or just as good at least. Scott and Jake on the scene.
I'll just go first just because I'm next. I think this scene is fantastic. This is probably my favorite scene from the movie. I absolutely love the way that Juror 3 just like breaks down, and just sort of the moment that he has with his son, sort of comes out of him, and I think that's really beautiful. Like I'm a big fan of father and son relationships. I mean, not to meme to bring it back, but Hulk is a huge part of why I love that movie, is the father and son relationship in that film. But that's like such an emotional like moment for Lee J. Cobb in the film, where he just has, he has the photo of his son, and he's just like, you can see like the tears in his eyes as they're sort of forming, and then when he finally says not guilty, I think it's just really great. Yeah, it's fantastic scene.
Why would you say that? I just pictured Nick Nolte looking down at a picture of Bruce Banner. But no, you work your whole life.
I'm your father, Bruce. I did the experiment.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else can be said about this movie really that hasn't already been said in the community for sure. But I do think this is an example of like a moment that could have been, acting, and obviously it's a play to begin with, but he just is able to find all the sort of right notes of humanity in it that just make it 10 times more powerful. So
I credit
pick. It belongs on the list.
I credit Lumet fully for that. I think
he
knows how to do actors in these kind of situations, and just get exactly the right kind of performance out of them. So that was Cody's number 4. So Jake, yep, your turn.
I believe Jack was the one to yikes this. Well, I yikes this from Jack's initial list earlier. Yes, pacing, you do need to watch Hulk. I am talking about one of the best scenes in an animated film ever, and that is Anton's review in Ratatouille. Talk about just a scene in a kid's movie that blew my fucking mind as a kid. I remember watching this movie and being like, I was interested, and it's my favorite Pixar still, and probably forever. But watching as a kid, like, it's a kid's film, quote unquote. And when it gets to this third act, when you have Anton eating the ratatouille and flashing back to his like childhood memories, and that whole monologue he has of his review at Gusteau's, I just remember watching that and going, this doesn't feel like a kid's movie. Like, I feel like I'm watching an adult movie with core ideas that are being expressed. And I think I love Brad Bird and the fact that he was able to really play with that in this movie. There's just the idea that everything that I love about art is in this scene. Like, what is art to everyone? Like, it's what we take away. It's what we see something and we get an emotion, an expression, an idea, a thought. That is art. And the fact that he goes into this, like, what is criticism? Like, we strive upon bad criticism because it reads well, because it's popular with people. But like, what do we do as critics? And just like the idea of valuing criticism, both negative and positive, throughout the movie, and the fact that Anton Ego has always been against Gusteau because he doesn't believe in the quote, anyone can cook. That's how the movie opens. And the fact that he finds out that a rat is the one that cooks the ratatouille, the one that unlocks this core memory for him, sort of broadens his horizon, that realizes what it means anyone can cook. And then my favorite line in film history, not everyone can become a great artist, but a great artist can come from anywhere. And the fact that he says that, and that revelation not only unlocks the character's sort of point of view, but really broadens the audience's sort of perspective on what it is to be an artist. We may not become a great artist, but we can definitely create art. Anyone can do that. And that's the idea behind anyone can cook. I just think it's absolutely beautiful. And the way it plays out, it makes me just in awe, inspired by the film. I have always loved the movie as a kid, and I will continue to love it as an adult. It's my favorite Pixar movie. It's one of my favorite animated movies ever. It really just holds a personal place in my heart. And just the value of art and criticism and what it really means to be an artist.
Yeah, this was, I believe, in my 40s. The scene is fantastic. It only gets better. It's only gotten better for me as I've gotten older, and I really love, like Jake mentioned the quote already, but not everyone can be a great artist, but a great artist can come from anywhere. I love that so much. It's a beautiful monologue delivered brilliant, just absolute brilliantly by O'Toole. He's incredible in this movie. It's one of my favorite animated scenes, like one of my favorite scenes in all of animation. Brilliant moment. Sorry, Kirk.
Oh, I'm gonna get so much crap for this.
Deservedly.
Yeah, I got to be honest. They bring him the ratatouille, and it sparks the memory when he was a poor kid, and he's eating the same thing. So the takeaway from this movie is whatever crap they feed you is fine, as long as the same crap they fed you when you were a kid. And what a shock that it's Disney trying to sell you on that idea. The company that built a theme park empire on adults who are desperate to relive their childhood. A company that makes $1 billion every time they put out a lazy, cheap remake of a movie you liked when you were a kid. Nostalgia is poison. And Anton Ego was a good character until this scene. Everybody, Scott and Cody on this one. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Listen,
you're wrong.
I will. I mean, I will be the first to criticize Disney. Kirk, it kind of seems like you started with the conclusion you wanted to draw and then worked backwards a little bit on that one, because I'm not really seeing that. But I agree with Jake. And honestly, thinking about it now, I had the scene from Toy Story 3 on there, but I think I would have put this in instead because I think it is the best Pixar scene. And not a lot of animated movies connect with me, but because this one, speaks to something deeper for a kid's movie, I do think it gets there. And this scene I feel like it's already being copied, or let's say not copied, but mimicked. And there's a movie out right now. I'm not going to spoil it because not everyone's seen it, but there's a movie out right now that actually kind of has the Anton Ego ending.
Yes, it does.
Wait.
And it's great. But anyway, again, I'm not going to say anything more than that. But it's an influential scene because it is, it's able to do like the critic thing of like the critic self-reflecting, but not in a way that like diminishes the profession of criticism. Like, he doesn't take, Brad Bird doesn't take like the easy route of like, oh, well, I just realized now that I'm living a miserable life as a critic because they, hate everything and they're just miserable people or whatever. No, it's a far more nuanced take than that. That's all I'll say.
There's a theory about the scene in Ratatouille that I kind of like get now that I've said basically that he's inside the kitchen of like he watches Anton's like mom cook, and that's why he's able to go to the dish and make the thing. Because if they go back, the shotgun and everything, they're in the side. When they do the flashback, it's the exact same kitchen. I don't know if that's true, but it's an interesting theory to have about it. I like this movie a lot. I mean, I have kids. They love watching the same movies all the time. This is a popular one. I don't love it as much as everybody else. It's not my like top 10. It might be in my top 10. It's not my top 5. But I can't say the movie's not good. But the way Kirk's talked, I can kind of see it. I'm not saying you're right, but I'm not saying you're wrong. It's interesting. You know, you're poor. You eat rice
wrong.
and
You're
chicken,
definitely not
and then
right.
all of a sudden you try rice and chicken for somebody else. You're like,
It's not every single
my mom
thing
made
you
this.
imagine as a child.
Kurt,
It's the specific meal. But
I'll put it this way, Kurt. You're not wrong.
2 hours and
You're
39
definitely
minutes.
not right.
2 hours and 39 minutes.
Scott.
Well, Payson's going to get to answer the question that he asked a few minutes ago because my number 4 is the speakeasy scene from Inglourious Bastards. Kind of the same sort of thing with. I don't think so. Kind of the same sort of thing with the opening scene of, again, being this other dialogue-driven set piece, but I just love what he's doing a little bit more in this one. Like, the instant chaos, first of all, of them like getting there and realizing, oh, their plan's already screwed up because there's all these people here, there's all these Germans here, and they're celebrating the birth of this one guy's kid, and it's just unsettling you a little bit from the beginning, right? Even though Bridget's there, she's like, oh, everything's fine, whatever, just we'll sit over here, we'll have our conversation like we're supposed to. There's too much going on. It's just like a little busy, a little chaotic, and like you're just already thinking about the fact that it could spiral out of control from like the second the scene starts. And then it's like they start playing the game, right? Or no, we're going to just play one round or whatever, just so everyone feels comfortable and easy, and then we can have our conversation. And they're playing the heads up game and everything. And then the one soldier comes and joins them, August Deal's character, and he seems a little suspicious, I guess, of them. Maybe he doesn't exactly know why, but he starts playing the game with them, and he's like being a little intense and kind of forcing himself into the situation. And it's everything's building. It's continuing to build. And then of course we have Michael Fassbender doing the 3 fingers and giving himself away, not realizing it at first. But then August Deal waiting for the perfect moment to reveal that he knows that he's not German, basically. And he's asking those probing questions like, oh, where are you from or whatever, and he's Fassbender's trying to answer them the best he can, but eventually he points the gun, and it's like, well, but then Hugo Stiglitz also has his gun pointed at August Deal's crotch, and so they're in this standoff, and what's about to happen. But I mean, Fassbender gets like maybe the greatest line in the movie when he's just like, he drops the German and is like, well, oh boy, if this is it, I hope you don't mind if we go out speaking the Kings. It's an incredible line. And Fassbender is just, he has so little screen time, unfortunately, but like he just destroys it in his small role in this movie. And then just the explosion of violence, the say off Wieters into your Nazi balls, and then the explosion of violence. I mean, you just don't even know what's going on. Everybody's getting shot, killed, and it's just chaos. And then also like the final standoff that happens sort of between the one guy, the dad, and the bastards who are kind of lurking in the background, and Bridget like being alive and I'm alive, and then obviously the Christoph Waltz finds the shoe, but it's probably the greatest, like, for me, scene of just building tension and then a satisfying payoff to it as well.
Yeah, no, this is another great scene from this movie. I love the fact, like you said, they walk in and it's already gone on hell, and then like it just and then like it seems like they're digging their way out. And there's 2 spots, like there's that scene where it's like, they kind of just, they're able to blow the other soldiers off by pulling rank. It's like, you don't get to see it, you can talk to us, go away.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, sigh of relief. And then they pan back to the other, the officer sitting there, and it's like, okay, now they can't play that game with him, or they can't use that excuse with him. And so, he comes, and I love the fact that we've already been introduced to this character. We don't know much about him, but we know he's not a good guy. We know he's dangerous. So he comes up, and then they're talking, and everything's fine. And then it's like, okay, another sigh of relief. We're going to get out of this. And then and I love the fact that introducing Fassbender's character Archie Hickok the way they do is they make you think this is going to be a main character, so you assume they're getting out safe. This needs to work for the movie to continue, and for these characters to keep going. So like, oh yeah, somehow they're going to get out of this. So you bring something, okay, that's how they're going to get out. You know, they satisfy him, and then he throws up his fingers. And I read it differently, Scott. I know you said you didn't think Hickok realized that. It seems to me like he realized, like him, the officer, and Bridget all know as soon as he does it. Like he's like,
Yeah, maybe
they all kind of drop. Like at that moment, all three of them know they're dead. Like no one's getting out of this room alive. And so they have that like give and take. And like you said, that's a great moment. He's like speaking to the king. He's like, great Scotch. It's a sin to which to waste great Scotch. And since we might be knocking on the door pretty soon, and he drinks it, it's like, very good, sir, good stuff. And just that moment of like camaraderie between the two of them when they know like the situation they're both in. Like no matter, I think he even says like, no matter what happens, neither of us are walking out of this room. Yeah. And then like just like you said, just everybody just explodes into like, and like they've kind of gotten you like connected to like these other characters. So like when they start dropping, you're like, oh my god, like what the heck's happening? And even like the guy who just had a kid, like you kind of like this guy just he just had a baby, and then he just gets like dispatched immediately. So yeah, so much good stuff. To answer Payton's question, honestly, it's a cop-out, but it's probably whatever scene I'm watching at the time. I think the opening scene is better for like just pure tension and build-up. And Landa is just such a great showcase for that actor. But this scene, I think I'm more invested in the characters, so I'm coming at it from a different way. So I really don't have. It's hard for me to say which one's my favorite, but this one, maybe a little bit this one, but not by much. Everybody else on the speakeasy scene for Glorious Bastards.
This is a great scene. Yeah, no, it's a scene I thought of a lot. In the couple months after I saw this movie for the first time, and upon rewatches of the movie and more time, the opening scene has stuck with me more, but this is still a fantastic pick, so good one.
I just really want one time for Jack to say this scene fucking sucks. Anyways, because everything's great or iconic. I like this scene a lot. If I had to pick, we all pick great scenes from this movie. This is a dealer's choice of like what scene you can pick from. Fighting in the fucking basement basically is where listening to results, which is great.
You know what the problem is with fighting in the basement? You're fighting in a basement.
Fighting in a fucking basement. Great scene. Great. Yeah, I think all three that have been brought up are very valid.
Yeah, I like the scene. I do love the reveal of when he gives the three fingers. That's wrong. I also just love the moment with Officer Wilhelm and like he's a kid and then he gets killed. It's unfortunate, but that's just what happens. It's a good scene. I think I just prefer the opening scene and the cinema scene. That whole ending, just more.
Like I said, you can't go wrong. You pick any.
Yeah.
There's
any 5 seconds on this movie that's golden. All right, down to the final 3. Jack, what do you got?
All right. This is what I genuinely believe to be Spielberg's best directed scene, and it's without question one of the hardest scenes for me to watch. It's the D-Day opening in Saving Private Ryan.
I thought it was Ready Player One.
Yeah.
No.
No. I thought it was the
Don't worry.
The BFJ.
Are you kidding? It's the Terminal. No. It's Saving Private Ryan.
Shawshank vibes.
Jack just got first place.
Yeah. Not for long. Not for long. Anyway, this scene is fantastic. It took me 3 separate attempts to get through this full scene. First 2 times I threw up and had to stop.
They're not really dying, by the way. They're not really dying. Just to let you know. They just feel
I'm aware. Okay, well, in my defense,
Saving Private Ryan's a movie. It's not real.
Oh yeah, shut up. I can
the
still
events that takes place are real, but
it's almost 11, guys. It's almost 11.
A movie can still.
It's only 2 hours and 48 minutes.
Oh, shut the fuck up! Shut up! Let me finish. This scene is incredible. For everything, from the moment they arrive on the beach to when the hatches open and the first dozen or so guys just get riddled with bullets and they're jumping over the sides. A lot of them are sinking. It's just a brutal recreation of the D-Day landing, and it's a scene that I struggle to get through even now after having seen the full thing. It's just brutal.
Yeah, I didn't consider this just because it's so long. I think of it more. I'm not going to knock you for this, but I think of it more of a segment than it is a scene. But it's it's great. It's fantastic. I mean, you like when it came out. I remember hearing the interviews with the actual veterans from D-Day, and them saying how accurate it was. Yeah, it's devastating. Just the immense loss of life and just how quickly it goes. Just moments like, the guy. I always remember the guy gets shot in his head, or in the helmet, and it glances off, and he's like, lucky bastard. And he like turns around, takes the helmet, just gets shot, and he's dead. But yeah, it's devastating. I mean, I really don't have much more to say about it. It's a very accurate recreation of what went on that day. So yeah. It's a worthy of being on the list just because of how well it recreates it, how well it's shot, and the acting too. Everybody's watching Hanks like introduced him and the shaking and everything kind of like builds his character. So yeah, good pick. Everybody else on D-Day.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know we could pick 30-minute scenes, but at that point, it's long as hell. Are we gonna really argue
that? But it's not 30.
Like, how long are we doing the beach with? Oh gosh, whatever. You're wrong. It's if you circle like iconic scenes, Jack did a good job of putting it 3. Like, I don't know how many times you just want to pop on the scene of D-Day and watch the intestines.
I never said that for this one.
You put it 3. Just saying. That's all right. Yeah, I'll stop there. It's late. You're wrong.
I do like the scene a lot. It has been like a minute since I've seen Saving Private Ryan. I think the execution and just like the structure that Spielberg sort of like creates for the scene is like incredible. It's just weird to me that like Spielberg made this movie and the way he was able to present like the sort of subjectivity of the soldiers. But it's a great scene. I kind of see it as a number 3 for Jack Pinchot, but I would never have it at number 3. That's my personal thing. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. It's also one of the things where it's like if a scene is 20 minutes long, that's just how long the scene is. If a scene is 30 seconds long, that's how it is. It's just, I mean,
like I said, I'm not docking on points for the length of the scene. I'm just saying that's why I didn't consider it as something to potentially be on the list.
Fair. I guess it's more of a sequence than a scene, but that's to each his own, I guess.
That's the next top 100 on Wireless. Top 100
sequences.
No, it's a great scene. I mean, there's nothing really to add, except I will say everyone watches Fabelmans, which you should because it's amazing.
I'm waiting for it to come out. It hasn't come out yet.
There's a pretty cool moment where he makes his war film, and they're watching it as a kid, and the scene is very reminiscent of Saving Private Ryan. So you can see of the opening of Saving Private Ryan. So you can see him, the seeds of that being planted from him being young. So that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. All right, Cody, number 3.
I'll make it as quick. 3, the diner scene from Heat.
Yikes!
Wow! Holy shit!
Jake, what's your number 3?
Oh boy! So guys,
oh no,
we've had many Spider-Man scenes. But we're at the end of the tunnel. We can see the light. This is it. This is the last scene from any Spider-Man film.
Are you sure?
It's a scene that I've always loved and has sort of grown on me as the years have gone by. It's the final battle in the first Spider-Man. I'm specifically talking about Spider-Man has saved the people on the bridge and Mary Jane, Green Goblin. They have the whole battle in the abandoned building. He gets a pumpkin bomb to the fucking face. And this whole sequence just blew my fucking mind as a kid. Like, superheroes are known for being up, you know, they don't bleed. We see Spider-Man get the shit kicked out of him by Green Goblin. He is beating the shit out of him. He's doing everything he can, and he is just being demolished. I'd never seen that in a movie before, where the superhero is flawed. He is strong, but he is not too strong to be able to beat the villain at this moment. And the fact that it comes to a point where he is just getting demolished by the Green Goblin. It gets to a point where he is at the end, and he holds him, and he can't even do anything. Like, he tries webbing, none of that fucking works. And it gets to a point where Goblin has him, and he goes, well, I don't want to go the whole thing, but basically, like, you could have gotten the easy way out. I could have just killed MJ, like, quick and painless, but you pissed me off, so I'm going to kill her nice and slowly. And that just, like, ignites the fire in Peter. At the point, Green Goblin, for some reason, has a trident with him. I don't care. It's fucking great. And tries to stab him and says, MJ and I, we're going to have a hell of a time. It's awesome. And at this point, Peter finally gets back and is able to knock Green Goblin down and collapse a fucking wall onto him. And has this whole moment where he just beats him up and finally takes back. And then the Goblin, his last resort, it's like, no, it's me, it's Norman. And he shows him, and it's like, please, help me, thank you. The Goblin tried to do it. I didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't try to kill MJ. And he's like, please, take my hand. And as he's doing this whole monologue, like, I've seen you as a son. Like, you know, you're like I'm a father to you. Please be a son to me now. And he has this whole thing. He sets up the glider to attack him. And basically, this whole film is about the relation. Part of it is the relationship between Uncle Ben and Peter. And he finally, like, sees him as his father and says, I have a father, and his name was Ben Parker. And you have one of the most iconic shots in comic book history of the glider impaling Goblin recreated on film. You have the moment where Peter has his spider sense, and it happens, and he flips. The Goblin is killed by his glider, and you have that small little moment where he goes, oh, which is like such a Sam Raimi thing to add. And I absolutely love that moment. But it's just like one of those things where, like, I've always been, like, emotionally, like, connected and resonates with the movie. Something fuzzy, yeah. That was a great line. Thank you, Kate. But just this whole scene is just, as a kid, I'd never seen a scene like it. Seeing the superhero get, like, beaten the shit out, like, it's just one of those things I'd never like fathomed. And the fact that we see it on film, the way it plays out, and the fact that he's able to come back and then overtake the Green Goblin and have it that last moment with the glider, and the fact that he misses it, I think it's just so well done. And the fact that it stretches out like 3 seconds to 10 seconds, only something Raimi could have done by, like, playing with the spatial geography of the scene. And you have that moment where Norman just in his, like, last final moment goes, Peter, don't tell Harry, and then dies, which is a recurring line from early in the movie when MJ tells Peter, like, don't tell Harry that I'm working at the Moondance Diner, because, you know, why would working at the Moondance Diner is, like, such a terrible job. The whole idea that it connects with other scenes in the movie. But yeah, I mean, also Michael makes a good point. If he just didn't say Godzilla Spider-Man, he would have won. But he's an idiot. But this whole scene is just so great. And it's also just why I love the Green Goblin as a villain. Is that he's so effective as a villain. He's so, like, evil. And I'm just, like, as a kid, scared of, like, what he can do. And the fact that he knows Peter Parker's Spider-Man, I think just the scene is so indicative of that idea. I absolutely love it. I watch the scene, like, all the time, like, as much as anyone should, I guess. But just the fact that it is, like, everything of why I love Peter Parker and Spider-Man. And in the scene, it's not Spider-Man that's fighting Green Goblin. It's Peter Parker. And that relationship with Green Goblin, I think, is so effective. It's the best scene in any Spider-Man movie, and I will argue against it.
You had this Jack?
No.
No, he didn't know that.
Okay. Yeah, because the hero almost loses in the last minute, finding some new power, inspiration to defeat the villain. That never happens in comic book movies.
Okay, listen. If you're 4 years old and you're watching this movie for the first time, that completely like
Go back and listen to my Ratatouille rant.
your perspective on film.
No, okay, Jake. This is your last Spider-Man movie.
Yes, same.
Or seen it? Yeah. I am so furious with you. Okay, first of all, copy and paste everything I said about your 87 other Spider-Man scenes. But you picked every like throwaway, forgettable, just not even necessary to be talked about moment in these dumb movies. And you missed the one scene that actually belongs on this list. The one scene that deserves to be talked about. I believe there's a hero in all of us. Did not make your list.
Aunt May.
It's tough. There were many scenes. I had like 15 scenes.
Exactly. You didn't have the one that you should have.
But all the scenes that I had were fucking great.
Rosemary Harris is the best thing about these movies. This is the best. That's the best moment in any of these movies. It is the only I knew when I saw your list, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get a ton of Spider-Man. I just assumed that was gonna be like one of your top ones. You don't even mention it. You have the Eight-Armed Son's Hot Lady, and Jim Norton talking about Spider-Man. What other nonsense? You have all this crap, but you skip the best scene in these movies.
Dance in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, the dance was
That's amazing. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
You had
comedy.
You had all this like. I'm more angry about that than I am with all my time you wasted talking about those other scenes. If you would have had that one, it almost would have made up for it. But that's just ridiculous. Everybody else on this scene, and you could also talk about the missing Aunt May scene if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. It's a top 100 movie for me, so I love it. I love the scene, and yeah, is amazing. Like. There's no reason to put that in there, but it's hilarious.
It's great.
It's great.
So I do really like this scene. Not my favorite scene from the first Spider-Man movie, but good for you. I almost messaged you earlier after you had the train scene from Spider-Man 2 because I thought that was your favorite Spider-Man scene, and I was about to message you. Do you not have Aunt May's speech from Spider-Man 2 on your list? But I didn't. So no.
Can I just say, in hindsight, I probably should have had that. But when I submitted my list, I was very happy with it. And then as the days and weeks have gone by, I mean, like, there are many scenes I wish I had on my top.
Don't backpedal now, bitch.
I'm not backpedaling. I'm saying there are many scenes that I would have liked to have. There's a lot that I wanted to talk about, and it's just one of the things where I had ran it.
If you think we're all sitting here and believe the bullshit that you're spewing right now, that you can tell this movie backwards and forwards, ups and downs, on reverse, and you're telling me, just happened to slip my mind that Aunt May's like the best scene, that's wild. Plus, you have like Hulk scenes that you could have cut, 17 Donnie Darko scenes you could have cut.
No.
Overall, yes. Great scene. I love this scene. 3 crazy, especially with that one not being there. But this is cinema. This scene right here is cinema. I love it. I mean, nothing as a child reading comics and to see the glider impale Goblin on screen and a pumpkin bomb to the face, you had me at so done deal. Great.
Okay, number 3 for Scott, please.
All right, this was a previous yikes. It is the Tiny Dancer scene from Almost Famous.
You mean the Tony Dancer scene?
Sure.
Tony Dancer.
We're talking about a lot of sing-alongs tonight. I guess we're just big karaoke.
I had this at some point.
But yeah, you did. It was on your list, Cody. Yeah, I mean, this scene is so important to me. when I was in high school, I did my like senior talk. You could do a talk if you were a senior, like in front of the whole school. And I mentioned this. It was a lot about like why I loved movies was like kind of one of the themes of my speech. And I mentioned this scene. So that'll tell you how, important this is a scene to me, and it has been for a long time. But yeah, I mean, it's at a perfect time in the movie, right? When like, Russell and William have snuck out to like the party, and the band is kind of, it seems like, at a little bit of a crossroads, and nobody's really happy with each other. And all of a sudden they just get on the bus and they're just driving away sullenly, and then the song starts, and then one person sings, and then Russell joins in, and then the movie is about a lot of things, but the power of music is definitely one of the ideas at play, and it just shows how seductive it can be, right, to just join in with everyone and sing along. And then again, the great moment of William and Penny, and he says, I have to go home, and she says, you are home. But also the movie is trying to show you both sides of it, right? And this is obviously the most, again, sort of seductive moment where you're like, wow, this is amazing. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else than where they are right then. But the movie is also about showing you sort of the dark side of that, and don't be friends with the rock stars. And it looks like Russell and Stillwater are going to screw him over in the end. It doesn't totally end up that way, but so it's great for what the movie is trying to do as well, from a storytelling perspective, to have this scene in there. It's not just like a fun sing along to Tiny Dancer. And you have this one great line of, you are home, but it is also that, in addition to being important to what the movie is trying to do. So it gives me the feels every time. It's perfect.
Yeah, it comes at a perfect time. This is like 61. It comes at a perfect time of the film where, like, yeah, he's out to drinking. It's past the I'm a golden god, and they're all sitting on the bench. Basically, like, where do we go from here? And it's like tensions are still like high between everybody. Like, they don't know like where they're all sitting, and then like you just them all breaking out and singing together. It's just like it automatically, like, this scene can put a smile on my face like out of nowhere. Like, I love the scene. Like, it's iconic, and it gets that rap for like, oh yeah, of course, the scene, but like it pays off like perfectly. So yeah.
No, this is a good scene, and I mean, I criticize your number 5 because of how it kind of wedged in, but this is a very organic scene. Like, you buy this, and that's what I like about it, is that like it makes sense that they would do this. You believe they would do it, and like, and I agree with you, Scott. Like, it's like one of those things. Like, it's like you watch, it's like, oh, that'd be so much fun to be there with them, and you could totally figure out why what's his name is like so getting sucked into this world with just like a simple thing, just a song, but like it's just such like a nice peaceful moment for them after everything they've been through. So I think 3's high. Where'd you have it at, Cody?
61.
That's a little more realistic, but it's still it's solid.
I feel like there's no realism in a personal top 100 favorites.
Realistic as to where it should be, based on my objective opinion.
Well, we've already had your top 2 scenes, so I'm guessing you're going to say pretty much anything is too high to be 3 at this point.
We'll see. Yeah. Jake?
But you haven't seen it? Wow. Okay. I have seen it.
They don't go to Mordor in this. He doesn't know.
As someone who used to be part of a team with Michael Campbell, I obviously had to have seen this movie. It's fantastic, and the scene is great. Yeah, the moment like when he goes Patrick Hugh, it's like, I have to go home. You are home. It's fucking beautiful stuff. It's great. I also just love the song. I love Tiny Dancer. I'm a fan of Elton John. And just the fact that that's the song that sort of connects the band back together is really great. That's just what it's like. It's the magic of music. And I think that's what the scene is sort of indicative of, is just how music can connect us together.
All right. That takes us to Jack's number 2.
All right, Kirk, you're gonna have to remember, I had at least about 8 good picks there in a row. Now we get to, yeah, it's the Portrait of a Lady on Fire scene. It's the final shot from Portrait of a Lady on Fire.
I also had it.
Yeah, this scene is perfect. I genuinely almost put it as my number 1 when I submitted for this. There are days where it could be my favorite scene. It's just the perfect end to this film. This is everything that happens in this film. This scene takes place after, like, years after everything has happened in the film. Eloise has married. She has a child. Marianne has moved on with her life, more or less, and she's at this concert hall where across the balcony she sees Eloise again, and says, the narration over the scene says, I saw her one more time, and then right before it cuts to Eloise again, it says she didn't see me, and it cuts to Eloise. It's a shot from about halfway across the balcony, and it slowly zooms in as the orchestra starts to play, and you just see everything come to the forefront. All of the emotion, everything that she experienced earlier in the film, how she still cherishes that time, and how the music that they play, which they play earlier in the movie, how that just brings it all out to the forefront. It's just a beautiful moment. It's one I think of often. I rewatch often. This film has, thank you, Cameron Holzman, for telling me to watch this film, because
I would not have expected Cameron Holzman to recommend this film.
Yeah.
I had this as my 19, I think. It was in my top 20. I mean, I think Jack mostly summed it up. Like, what you are seeing in the scene is basically Adele Hanel's character, like, re-experiencing their entire relationship. I mean, it wasn't even really a relationship, it was a fling, over, the course of this piece of music, which obviously, again, was significant early in the movie. I really love the piece of music too. It's Vivaldi. It's this really it's from the Four Seasons. It's this sort of very intense strings driven piece. So that really, contributes, I think, to the atmosphere of the scene. But really just an amazing performance in the scene by Adele Hanel, and seeing her just go through everything. And of course, it's all in her face. There's no dialogue being spoken. And oh yeah, there's no dialogue in the whole film. It's not about anything. But it's a beautiful scene, and it's one of those I wish I could have seen it in theaters. Because it's one of those where you can just you can imagine a theater full of people, and like it cuts to black at the end, and everyone just kind of like sitting there in silence, like we need to just like appreciate what we just saw for a second. Okay, bye.
If they cut to the live audience, fucking people are passed the fuck out. There's no way.
Scott, you haven't really set that one up. Hey, Jake, I'll say this, I respect you. At least you take your medicine.
Thank you. Yeah, my medicine
Yeah,
is
Scott runs.
Glen liver at the moment.
Not a coward like Scott is. No, I'll say pros for this scene. Something's happening. Somebody's doing something. Unlike the other 99% of the movie, so it's got that going for it. I don't think it's worth the weight of 2 hours and 10 minutes or however long of just staring at each other. And I like how Scott said she's reliving their whole relationship. Like, yeah, she stared at her. That's all they did. So it is an accurate recreation of their entire relationship. I told Jake's Scott. At least he takes his medicine. He's got the guts to take his medicine. He doesn't bail when he knows it's coming.
I've sat here and listened to it for 98 spots on this list. Okay, I think you can forgive me this one.
But yeah, I guess by default it's the best scene in the movie. But number 2, yeah, that's Jack. You were doing so well up until this point, man. I don't know.
At least I didn't have 2 scenes from Magnolia.
Okay, what is worse? 2 scenes from Magnolia or 1 scene from Portrait of a Lady on Fire?
Oh, Portrait of a Lady.
I guess we'll find out.
Portrait of a Lady, definitely.
Listen.
Good, everybody else.
I think it's a bold strategy to put the credits as the last scene of the film, but I respect it because that should be too. Because I was waiting for that moment to come up in this film for the longest time. Some people tell me movies and they're like, "Hey, go check it out." I'm like, I'm on the fence. I don't know. This one, garbage. I love that Spence says, "Listen to Sight and Sound." Kiss my ass. They have The Godfather at 12. I'd rather not listen to Sight and Sound. They had Vertigo at 1, automatically. You just...
Have you
Jack,
seen the other 11?
half the artsy fartsy fuck faces in our community hasn't seen. They've seen 31% of it. So clearly no one's on the same level of Sight and Sound. These brilliant to film that found it in the trash can at the local library. Listen, all I'm saying is Jack makes no sense. He'll have next to the drop of The Ring in Mordor, next to Portrait of a Lady on Fire, and says, my film taste is unique and complex. Kiss my ridiculous. I'm so done. Bored as shit. You can't have Frodo Baggins sitting there. And then be like, oh, you know what? I love the eyebrow raises. Oh.
So I have 2 opinions. My first jokingly opinion is I love her reaction.
Jason, I'll answer your questions.
It's great. I love it. I wish I loved the movie. It's one of those. I should make a list of movies I wish I loved. I wish I loved Portrait of a Lady on Fire. I just don't see what everyone else sees in the movie. It's one of those things where I saw it in the cinema. To be fair, was kind of tired and was falling asleep, but I did try to connect with the movie and try and get what the movie was about. It's the same thing with Spider-Verse or The Dark Knight. It's just I just wish I loved the movie.
Jake's turning it around.
Jason, why would you ask that? You know
he's around.
Jake,
has he seen it?
What?
Talking to Jason.
You wish you loved Portrait of a Lady on Fire. I wish I loved American Beauty. Some movies we can love and others just don't.
Funny you mentioned that.
Oh boy.
I'll tell you what a nonsense take that is. Okay, enough of that nonsense. On to Cody for your number 2.
And by the way, Payson, if you're gonna put the full fucking title and put 2 hours and 2 minutes on the law, I bet that movie's just a triple knee slapper. So mine is, but it's number 1. My number 2 is Funny How, Goodfellas. This is a scene that wouldn't have been this high a year ago. It's a scene that's this high because the more I dive into Goodfellas, the more I get out of it. And this is a scene that I can't really talk to a guy from, Grand Forks because he's an idiot. But when he talks about this scene and he talks about Ray Liotta's overacting, Ray Liotta's overacting is because he has to. He doesn't fit in this world. This is not a world for him. This is a perfect example. You want a Henry Hill of the film community? It's Jack Pinchuk, right? Jack Pinchuk wants to be the sight and sound person and wants to say, I love these films. But at the end of the day, he's wearing a Spider-Man t-shirt and he's wearing the ring of the one ring, and he's got a lightsaber in his back pocket. He can't fit into it because he doesn't. There's still something he's trying to be something he's not, and he won't accept it. That's all right. But listen, this scene I love because Henry Hill's sitting there, and this ties into more. The most confident and the most intimidating Henry Hill is in the entire movie is one scene, and it's when he beats the shit out of the guy across the yard because he says something to his wife. That's the strongest he's ever presented in this movie. Every time he's around actual gangsters, he's the weakest one in the room. And this scene, funny how, it gets more of a line of a comedic delivery than how actually great Joe Pesci's delivery of the funny how is. When he does the funny how the first time, it's not Henry Hill's reaction. It's everybody around the table's reaction to him. He says, "What do you mean by that funny?" And everybody on the table shuts up. They're not along with the gag of him because they know how loose cannon he is. And it's Martin Scorsese and it's everything. Because as the scene develops, you can see the sweat like more and more clear on his face. Like that he's nervous. He calls him out on it to like clear the air, but he's like, no. But he's like, you said it. And a guy speaks up for him behind him. He goes, he's a big boy. He knows what he said. He can answer it. What am I? Funny how? Am I a clown? Am I here to amuse you? And like when he says that, and Henry Hill, like he gets farther and farther back in the chair, and then he calls him out, and it's the whole funny line. But the scene continues because it shows how much of a loose cannon he actually is. Because the bar owner comes up to him and goes, "Hey," he's like, "Oh, you're good. Just put it on my tab. You're fine." He's like, "Yeah, but you still owe me $7,000. No, I don't mean any disrespect. No disrespect." And he smashes a bottle on his head. And Henry Hill's sitting there like, what life did I just get into? Like, I wanted to be a gangster, but I'm not fit to be a gangster. And the one line in the scene is, he goes, "I don't know, Henry. I don't think you'd handle question. I think you'd crack under questioning." And it's such a call to the end of the movie when he does testify against them. It's just a brilliant fortune set up by Scorsese in this movie. It wouldn't have been this high, but after watching it again, it's the clear number 2 for me because the number 1 can't be topped for me.
Did you have any other Goodfellas scenes on your list?
No, this is it.
Okay. Interesting pick. Not what I would have went with. I think it's a great scene. I mean, I mean the way you describe it, like it's a really good setup of Leo's character. And I don't understand like the overacting. Like, I mean, he's doing that like loud, boisterous laugh, but that's just the character. And that's just like the whole thing, like him holding the finger up to his eye and everything. That's just the character. Like, I have no problem with that. And yeah, I love the fact that Tommy's like self-aware enough that he knows he can mess with people like this. Like, he's not so like, he's a sociopath and he's insane, but like he still like has a sense of humor about it. Like, he's like,
he's bulletproof,
and he knows he can push those buttons. It's and I love at the end he's like they settle down for that and everything, and he's like, "Oh, you're a funny guy." And he like pulls his gun out, like acts like he's gonna shoot him. Like, it just shows you how like just crazy. Like, that's the whole movie does. So it just shows you how like insane this lifestyle is. But I think this one too, like they're just like sitting there like casually talking to this psychopath. So again, like I said, I think it's high for this scene. Not my Goodfellas. I think there's a couple that are just a little better. But it's a great character moment and really good scene. Everybody else on Funny How.
Scene's great. Scene's great. Cody kind of shot me in the head there while talking about it, but scene's great. So good pick.
I stand by it.
Cody, am I a clown? Do I amuse you? I'm here to make you laugh.
More than you know. More than you know.
I mean, this is a great scene. I was weirdly enough talking about this with a friend last night when we went to go see Avatar: The Way of Water, and then we didn't finish the movie because the screen went black.
I see the connections.
Sorry,
I see the connections.
We were talking about Christmas movies and Home Alone got brought up, but yeah, like this is a great scene. the whole improvised aspect of Joe Pesci in this scene, like this is where he wins his Oscar. It's incredible. It's a great scene. I love it. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I definitely feel like he has the energy that Cody aspires to, perhaps in this scene. So I see why Cody has it this high on his list. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously an iconic
Wish I
scene.
could pull that gun out with him.
I had a different scene from Goodfellas already on my list, but I don't disagree that in terms of character introduction, in a way, it doesn't get a whole lot better than this, and it's in the wireless intro or whatever, so significant.
All right, that's everybody. Everybody talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Jake, number 3 or number 2.
Number 2, it's an ending to one of my favorite movies ever. That is the ending to the aforementioned American Beauty. At the scene, okay, spoiler alert. If you do not want to be spoiled, I'm about to spoil the ending. I need to, in order to articulate why I love the scene and love the ending. At this point, Lester has rejected Angela and sees a portrait of him and his family, his wife Carolyn and his daughter Jane, in a happier moment when they were younger. And in this moment, he realizes that this is beauty. This is beauty in life. And you see in the frame a gun point out at his back and kills him, shoots him, bang, dead. His daughter Jane and the neighbor Ricky sees his dead body, and Ricky sees it as a term of beauty. As I talked about last week, how he sees beauty in anything, in most aspects of life. He sees it in his death, and how there's a brief smile on his face. Throughout this scene, we have Lester's monologue, his narration come back, and he talks about how how people say that your entire life flashes before your eyes. It's only partially true, because it's not a second. It stretches on like an ocean of time. And he goes through his life, how he was in, Scouts, how he saw his cousin's brand new Firebird, how he was with his grandmother and how her skin felt like paper. He just goes through these, like, his entire life and the beauty that was there and how he experienced it and how he didn't really think about it at the time, but in death, he views it as the beauty. And sometimes there's so much of it that we just can't even understand and can't even take it. And as this narration and, montage is playing out, we're seeing the perspectives of each of the characters. Carolyn coming home, hearing the gunshot. Ricky and Jane hearing the gunshot. Angela hearing the gunshot. And we're seeing the after effects of how Carolyn is all distraught over his death, how Jane and Ricky leave, and how Carolyn is more confused about what's just happened. But the whole sequence is just basically him realizing that there is so much beauty that we can't even fathom, how we can't even understand how, and I'm just quoting what he says, but it flows through him like rain. And he can't even feel anything but gratitude for every single moment of his stupid little life. And that's just like one of those things I just really absolutely gravitate towards, where it's just like, there are things that we don't even understand and don't even like believe can be real, but we don't even know fully like how it happens, and we won't even understand it, but someday we will. And just the fact that it ends the same way the movie opens, with like the airplane, the helicopter shot of the suburban life that Lester has lived, and as it pans out, he just says, "You don't understand what I'm saying, I'm sure, but you will someday." And I just think that the whole movie is about sort of like the beauty in life and how we don't even sometimes understand it, but someday we will, and sometimes it will be in death. And I just think that's absolutely beautiful, and the execution of it is just like fantastic. And it's, as someone who saw it as a young kid, well, I wouldn't say young kid, but as a teenager, it really like formed the connection with me as far as like what films can express and the ideas that it can really showcase. And I just absolutely have always connected with it. I think it's a fantastic scene, the way it's executed, what it's about, and just sort of the ideas behind the human condition, I just think really connect with me. I absolutely love this ending.
You just can't get away from that plastic bag, can you, Jake?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a good ending to the movie. I think it wraps it all up well. Like you said, this is everything that this movie is about is summed up in this scene. And I like how the fact that like it's kind of a misdirect, like you don't know like who shoots him. Like you use that gun and you assume it's going to be his wife, and then because they've kind of set that up, and then there's a the little twist, big twist, I guess. But yeah, I mean, 2 super high. But I know how much you love this movie. But it's a really solid ending. It's a great way to end the movie. Everybody else saw the ending of American Beauty.
Good ending movie. I don't love the movie, but it's a good ending.
On my rewatch list. You can check it out.
I'll rewatch it eventually.
All right, Scott, number 2.
All right, number 2, the Odessa Steps train station sequence from The Untouchables. It just goes so hard. We've talked about a few Brian De Palma set pieces. I had the Carrie prom scene. Jake had the blowout ending. I don't really think anyone does it better than him when it comes to like staging these sorts of things. Here, of course, he's borrowing from Battleship Potemkin, the very old black and white film. But this is when Malone, Sean Connery's character, just died, but his last act is to point out that the Capone's bookkeeper is going to be getting on this train, so you got to like try to stop him. And so Elliot Ness, Costner, goes to the train station, and he's just waiting for the first 5 minutes of the scene. He is just waiting, like there's like nothing happening, so to speak. But he's checking this big clock, which is just a really cool image. He's looking back and forth. He's just kind of like watching the goings on within this train station, the people just milling about. And of course, this woman comes in with a baby carriage, and she's trying to pull it up the stairs, but she needs help. And Costner, you can see he's having like the internal conflict of like, oh, do I go help her and give up my post here, in case they walk in? What do I do? Finally, he decides he's going to go help her. He, is starting to get a little more nervous. He gets to the top of the stairs, and then you see the one henchman of Capone's come in with like the tape on his nose. And then like he starts to reach for his gun, and Costner's just like a second quicker and like just pulls out a shotgun from his coat, blows the guy through the door. And the woman, of course, with the baby carriage screams, drops the baby carriage, and it starts, rolling down the stairs. The bookkeeper and the other henchmen have come in at this point. He's like, what do I do? Do I stop the baby carriage with the baby in it, before it gets to the bottom of the stairs and crashes? Or do I, keep my eye on the task? It's like an amazingly suspenseful setup for a scene. He's using the slow-mo really well, which again, De Palma just knows how to when to employ all these sort of established. And of course, Andy Garcia's character comes in to save the day, like catching the baby carriage with his foot. And then I just love like the Mexican standoff that happens where the guy is like, oh, I've got the bookkeeper, and me and the bookkeeper are getting on a train or whatever and leaving. And Stone, Andy Garcia's character, just has like the gun pointed at his head, and finally Costner just says, take him. And he just, blows his brains up from the bottom of the stairs, and they're able to secure the bookkeeper. It's just electric to watch every single time. It never disappoints me. It's thrilling. It's suspenseful. It's everything you want in this sort of scene. I mean, it's one of my top 5 movies of all time, and this scene is just like the centerpiece and pretty hard to ignore, even if you don't love the movie as much as I do.
Yeah, I like the movie. I don't love the movie. I think this scene's great. I think it's been a while since I see it, but I don't remember like a ton of like trademark De Palma moments in this movie. Like I feel like a lot of this movie could have been directed by, not in a bad way, but just it's not like it.
It's definitely like his one for them. Like it's not. it's a studio. It's a big studio movie.
Yeah, definitely. And but this is the one scene where he really shows off. And I love the set, like just how big everything is. Like when they enter the train station, there's like a long, long corridor, like kind of like otherworldly long, going back, and it's obviously like a map
columns and everything.
Yeah, it's like obviously a map painting, but it's like so like just, and then you go inside, everything it's almost like a cathedral, so big, and just like the sound and the footsteps and everything. And yeah, just that whole sequence with the carriage and the gun is just so perfectly paced. And like I said, you wait forever for it to happen. Just him with the baby carriage, just such a great shot. No, it's a really good scene. I don't know if I'd put it on the top 100 myself, but it's definitely worthy of being in the top 10, top 15, 25, something like that. Everybody else on the Untouchables train station scene.
I haven't seen the movie.
I haven't seen the movie.
That baby carol.
You haven't seen
the sound.
I have seen Battleship Potemkin, right?
The hearing that sound down the stairs was like one of the ingrained in my brain. Like the thought behind a baby carriage falling downstairs while a gunfight breaks out, fucking bonkers. Love the scene. Actually, should have thought about it, to be honest with you. But I watched it after we already started the top 100 again, and it would have made my list. Great scene.
All right. It all comes down to this.
Number one.
Been here for like 7 or 8 months. We've been doing this now, and we finally reached number one. Jack, what is your number one movie scene of all time?
We already know.
Look, it's not the scene. It's not the scene you're thinking. When I think of the first thing I knew when I made this list was this is my number one movie scene of all time. It was almost overtaken by Portrait of a Lady on Fire, but it's number one and probably will be for quite a while still.
Sight and sound couldn't take over. That's fair.
It is the Ride of the Rohirrim, Theoden's speech in the Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King.
There's the Jack we know and love.
Yeah. Look.
There he is. He's been hiding in the years.
Look, these are the movies that I watched when I was younger that made me fall in love with film. The world that can be the worlds you can find in movies are beautiful, and Middle Earth. I escape in these movies, and this scene is just beautiful. If you're watching the extended edition, it's after Gandalf is defeated by the Witch King and he's about to die, and then the Horn of Rohan sounds in the background, and the Witch King flies off to see what's going on, and you just see this horde of men on horses come over the top of the hill. You've got Howard Shore's perfect score in the background. The Battle of Pelennor Fields is my favorite piece of music in any film. I get chills just listening to it. It's perfect. Theoden's speech is perfect as they chant death before riding into the tens of thousands of orcs, and it's a movie that it's a moment in this movie that may not be everyone's favorite moment of the movie. There are many, many great moments in this movie, and you're kind of spoiled for choice here. But this is the scene that I think of when I think of the Lord of the Rings movies. This is the scene I return to again and again, and just reminds me why I love movies in the first place. It's perfect.
Jack, I'm not going to fault you for loving Lord of the Rings. I'm not going to fault you for having high, the scenes rated high, even at your number one. But this isn't the best scene of the trilogy. This isn't even the best scene of this movie. I had to go back and look up exactly, what this was. Like, this is, and I mean, I know these movies. I'm not an expert. I'm not Tim McCullough, but I know them. If you tell me like a scene that belongs on the top 100 list, I'm probably going to know what you're talking about. This one, I had no idea what it was. I think honestly, me personally, like the Rohim or whatever they're called, are kind of like the most boring part of these movies. Like like anytime those characters are on, I'm kind of checked out. Like they don't interest me. That might be why. I don't know. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong. But I mean, number one I think your other picks for the Lord of the Rings movies. It said Sam's speech is better than this. I even said the Boromir scene's better than this. At least more memorable. So I'm kind of surprised this is your number one. Everybody else on this, am I crazy?
I don't even remember the scene.
I mean, I have nothing to say.
Such an anticlimactic number one.
I'm sorry, Jack.
You put all this stuff at 99. You build up this case. You say, "Look at me. I have assembled a list. I've only picked one from every movie. I've done my due diligence. I'm better than what I was on my last top 100." And at the end of the day, Jack's gonna Jack. That's just at the end of the day, you're just gonna be yourself and pick a fucking shit scene to represent Return of the King. You didn't think Samwise's marriage. That's what you should have put. If you're gonna pick this lackluster scene, you should have picked them getting married or the 45 endings. You know. At the end of the day, you expected to be, Kirk look at you and be like, you bow to no one. Instead, you're the ring that gets dropped in the fire, and you fucking lose. Sucks to suck.
You know the scene in Shark Tale where there's the seahorse racing?
Oh, no.
And the one's racing, and then it, tumbles and then loses? That's what's happening right now.
Sally,
I was never winning.
You lost me at the scene in Shark Tale.
I know that scene very well. Unfortunately. All right, Cody, what is your number 2?
I'll just play this to get out of the way. I'm just going to play this to get out of the way.
That's textbook pandering.
I'm going to lead into this. I am still chasing a scene like this. I hope one day that I find a scene that is equal to this scene. This scene is the greatest scene, not only favorite, but greatest scene in movie history for me. And that is the baptism scene from The Godfather. I put this as number one when I started, and it never even came close to getting overtaken. I hope the next movie I watch has a scene close to the baptism scene from The Godfather. I really do. I love this movie. I love the two movies so much, but this scene, the way that it's shot, acted, the organs playing, the stuff's being set up behind it. Michael's looking at the priest's eyes and says, "Do you believe in Jesus?" "I do." "Do you renounce the debt?" "I do." All these things. Why he is literally taking everyone outside this church and outside in the city. There is no scene that has ever, when I first saw it, blew my mind. Still to this day, it is this movie gets a lot of praise and a lot of credit. I understand that it's not for everybody. It's not everybody's cup of tea. But as somebody that holds movies with organized crime and that mob this is my movie, one of my movies, and for it to literally just be so shot that it seems real and technical and everything's down to the book. There's not one part of it I'm oh, that's a little stupid. No, from the cop getting the gun out of the bag and ready for him running up the stairs, how they're all in the right spot at the right time to take care of everybody and not let anybody shake. Again, I could gush about this scene for. I've watched it and rewound it and watched it again and did it again. I just think it's an absolute brilliant scene. And again, Koho could have hosted this, Boatman could have hosted this, Scott could have hosted this. My number one would have been the baptism scene from The Godfather, and it's not even close. How funny if I actually had to rank this, Funny how is like 30 compared to how close that is to 1. Like it was never in question. Could have never flipped at any point. My 2 through 10 could have flipped, but this couldn't have. That's my thing.
You're wrong, Cody. This movie is for everybody.
Okay,
It's not for you. You're just wrong. No,
I don't disagree with you.
This scene is the way this builds. Like they show him going to the church, and then they show each of the assassins getting ready, and like they take their time with it. It's like they show Clemenza struggling up the steps, and they show Willie Chi-Chi getting a shave and everything, and I love that. I love the hard cuts. It's like, do you renounce Satan's all his works? I do renounce them. Da 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 da, and they cut to somebody getting the score kicks in, somebody's getting shot. It's so good. It's everything's about it is just perfect. It's a perfect way to end the movie. Just and like the whole thing was slowly being set up in that like the last half of the movie. Once Vito got sick and they made all their plans and he called the meeting. Like this is what everything when he's sitting there making the peace with the 5 families, it's all leading to this. This is all part of the plan, and it just again in a very different way. It kind of reminds me of Shawshank, just where it's like that cathartic ending where it's like, okay, here's all the payoffs. All these people have been, beating this family down, trying to screw them over, and they finally all get their comeuppance. But but at the same time, it's just like Michael just completely dehumanizing. Just him just completely like giving himself over from where he came from at the beginning to now he's just that cold-hearted bastard that you get in Godfather Part 2. But yeah, I personally, I may have switched your 1 and your 8, but that, I mean, it's an 8 spot difference, but no, this definitely is a solid number 1. Everybody else on the Godfather Baptism.
Great movie. Wasn't my scene from the movie, but I'm very excited to rewatch it.
You only watched
scene.
So.
It's an amazing montage, the intellectual montage, as is stated for the scene. It's great. I love it. I just don't consider it a favorite. Sue me, Kirk. Sue me.
I will.
Well, we're about to find out what your favorite is. Cody, I just have to say, and I think this is an objectively, great pick for number 1. I don't fault you for the pick at all or criticize you at all for it. I do think it's funny that you accosted Jack this whole time, the basic, IMDb scenes or whatever, and that this turned out to be your number 1, which is probably like what is number 1 on all of these lists that you would look up. So, I mean, it's just an observation.
It's not. It's not. I looked up and it's very similar to Jack's, but no, Baptism is not there.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
All right, that takes us over to Jake. Jake, what's your number 1 scene of all time?
Number 1. For the record, unless Scott does have a scene from the movie, it is hilarious how no one has a scene from Rocky at all, because that's the thumbnail of like the whole series on YouTube. I just find that absolutely funny that's what is sort of.
I think that's why he picked it, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay. I mean, fair,
you just spoiled my number 1, but okay.
Sorry.
I will say, it was very hard to come up with a number 1. Like when I thought about it, what really is like my favorite scene ever? I found it hard. It was difficult. I guess when it really came down to it, it has to be from my favorite movie ever, Donnie Darko. But like, what scene do I pick? There are so many great scenes from the movie. I've already talked about a lot of them.
You already picked 7 of them, so what's 8?
And when I really thought about it, it's honestly the ending. It's the ending to Donnie Darko, aka the Mad World sequence. The whole scene is just like phenomenal. At the point where I'm just like, I don't know what really to say, except it's excellent. Donnie, at this point, has, depending on your interpretation of the movie, has traveled back in time and is back in his bed on the 2nd of October. And the spoiler alert, if you have not seen Donnie Darko, please go watch the movie. Spoiler, 3, 2, 1. The jet engine crashes in his bed and kills him after he avoided it at the beginning of the movie. And with this whole sequence where characters from the movie wake up and they sort of have like a deja vu moment where they go, wait, did what just happen? Did everything that we saw in the movie experience like actually happen in real life? Was it just another alternate reality? What is going on? We have characters just wake up and sort of have this sort of cathartic moment, whether it's Dr. Lillian Thurman, Donnie's psychiatrist, or Dr. Monatoff, Donnie's science teacher, or it's Beth, it's Kitty Farmer, the gym teacher, or it's Jim Cunningham, the motivational speaker. They all have sort of an emotional moment throughout the song Mad World being played throughout the film, throughout the scene. And they all have this moment of just like, what happened? Did I just have like a dream that felt real? And as the scene goes on, we just see more and more characters, and then we get to Frank, who was the bunny rabbit man, and realize that, wait a minute, do I get shot in the eye? And this whole powerful moment of like deja vu that all these characters experience. And then we cut to the morning where Donnie has been killed and his whole family's just outside the house, and they just pan through each of them and their sort of reactions. And of course, they're all like emotional and they're all sad and they're all experiencing sorrow. But Donnie's mom, Rose, is sort of having this sort of like moment where she just realizes that like acceptance of like her son's death, and just sort of like, I feel like I knew what was going on. I know what had happened. And we see Gretchen riding on her bike coming through and just asking like, hey, what happened? And Gretchen is Donnie's girlfriend throughout the entire movie, doesn't know what happened, and is asking the neighbor kid like, oh yeah, my neighbor got killed. He got killed by a jet engine. And then he just goes, do you know him? And she goes, no. Like, but there's this sort of like moment between Gretchen and Rose where they sort of like wave at each other like, I've seen you somewhere, like I know you, but I don't know where. And they sort of have this moment between each other where they're sort of connected, but they don't exactly know how they sort of were connected. And this whole moment of like, Gretchen doesn't know who Donnie was, but we, of course, watching the movie, have seen the experience of the relationship between Donnie and Gretchen. And as the scene plays out, they just have this like moment where they just wave at each other, and then bang, cut to black. End credits, written and directed by Richard Kelly. And that's when I just go, holy shit, like what an experience. Like when I think of, Bong Joon-ho going, to me, this is cinema, or, the movies, I think of this scene and just like the emotions that I get from it, and how it just really resonates with me and connects with me, and just like, this is what I want film to achieve, is this connection that you just would not get from anything else. And I absolutely find it beautiful and profounding and beautiful and just lovely. It's my favorite scene ever. It's incredible.
I think we got to the bottom of something here at the end of the list. I have a problem with the fact you picked the movie before you picked the scene. And I think that might be the fatal flaw in your list altogether. I mean, you tell me it's your favorite scene ever, but you went to the movie first. And okay, what's my favorite scene? But then I just don't understand that. And I think it just may be a difference of how we look at it. But like for me, for a scene to be a great scene, I've seen Donnie Darko. And this I could use this description for a lot of your scenes. Like I said, I think we're figuring some stuff out here. I've seen Donnie Darko. I know the movie. I don't know it well, but I went back and I watched this scene, and I got nothing from it. And I think for a scene to be a great scene, like we'll go back to The Untouchables with Scott. Like I haven't seen that movie in 15 years probably. And I don't feel any great connection to that movie, but I watched that scene. I'm like, oh my God, this is a great scene. Or even like you're seeing like that mommy scene. Like I told you, like with no connection to the movie, there was something there. But I think like this scene, like there's nothing, like you may love the movie, but the scene itself just doesn't have the whatever it is that makes a scene great in and of itself. But like I said, I think that's besides that you picked a bunch of crap like Jackass and Incredible Hulk. I think the problem.
I picked Hulk. Okay,
Yeah.
Incredible Hulk's different.
I'm sorry. You think that's better?
Yes.
No.
But honestly, I think like I said, like a light bulb went off when you said that. Like I think that's the issue here. I need the therapy, Payson. It is therapy time because I need it. I've been doing top 100 with Jake for 10 weeks. But yeah, I think that just kind of like it just seems like a weird way to come at it, like to pick the movie for the scene.
I didn't think of like, oh yeah, my number one favorite scene has to be from Donnie Darko. It sort of just kind of came together where I was like, wait a minute, I think my favorite scene is the ending to my favorite movie. Like it took me a bunch of time to kind of realize like, what do I really classify as my favorite scene ever? And I just honestly feel like it is from my favorite movie and just the way that it sort of resolves and the ending of it. But also I feel like every scene is different when it comes to the context of the scene, when it comes like where it is like, can you watch it on its own or can you watch it with the entire movie and knowing what happens? Like it's just that's sort of the idea behind the scenes, is that they're all different and they're all unique.
Yeah. Well, everybody else on the Donnie Darko.
I still haven't seen it. I could have watched it twice with the amount of time that we've been here, but I haven't seen it.
I don't have the energy.
Scott.
Yeah, this is definitely the most memorable scene from the movie for me. I remember when I watched it, and specifically that shot of Jenna Malone, like looking across at his mom, I was like, this turned to like an emotionally moving moment that I really wasn't expecting it to turn to. And I think that's one of the reasons I end up liking the movie so much. So it's definitely one I want to revisit, especially hearing all of your commentary about it here tonight and on other episodes, Jake. So I don't fault you for the pick. I mean, it is your favorite movie, and I think it is the best scene, so it makes sense.
All right, Scott, you're gonna take us home here. What is
right.
Your number one scene of all time?
Well, we've talked about a lot of scenes and spectacular action and set pieces and tension and music and all of this stuff. But the best scene in film history is just two dudes sitting in a diner having a cup of coffee, especially because those dudes are Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. It is the diner scene from Heat. Yeah, I mean, just from a historical context perspective, this was like the first scene that they ever shared together. And to think about all the hype that, was riding on that scene, and then to think about what Michael Mann actually did with the scene is, he climbed the beast and then some. It's absolutely masterful. The exchange of dialogue and the performances, because this is like something that could be like you have to walk a very fine line with this, because basically you're getting these two guys together to like explain their motivations, right? It can come off as like dull exposition or whatever, like a forced scene in the middle of the movie to try to move things along. But credit to Michael Mann for his writing, credit to the actors for their performances. You are just riveted watching this dialogue, and it is so fun to watch their back and forth and basically getting their philosophies on the way that they do things, and realizing that they are very similar to each other, and that in a different life, a different career pursuit, they could have been friends. And just like De Niro, Neil McCauley discussing like how he doesn't know how to do anything else but scores, and like he understands like that it's he's probably going to get caught someday, or that he's living a dangerous life, and he now has this girlfriend, Amy Brenneman's character, but his brain is wired only one way. And Pacino is the exact same way. Vincent Hanna, we see him like torpedoing his marriage, and he's had other marriages basically because all he knows how to do is work. And the scenes where he's at crime scenes and everything, he's just like in God mode. And just watching their, again, like I said, competing philosophies, and the whole exchange that's like I don't know how to do anything different. Me either. I don't much want to. Me either. And then the moment that after that moment, they just like have this little smile at each other. Like it is just like if you could just frame that shot, like of them just like with that smile at each other. It's so perfect because it's like the damn, like I actually respect you. But then of course they have to bring the scene back to they have to bring things back to reality in the conclusion of the scene. Talking about, if the heat's around the corner, what are you going to do? And then also, Pacino, it's like one of the greatest line readings ever when he's like, if it's between me and you and some, poor widow, shit, I can't even remember. It's too late, but poor bastard or poor widow who's, you're going to kill her husband basically. And he goes, brother, you are going down. Like the way he delivers that line is like, just, inject that into my veins. It's so great. And then, De Niro fires right back at him. And he's like, if I'm in the same situation, I will not hesitate. I will take you down. And so it's just a fantastically like written, acted, paced scene right at the center of this like crime epic that I think is what elevates Heat to something beyond just like, a heist movie, a gangster movie, a shootout movie. It is like a psychological battle between these two guys who actually, when it all comes down to it, are the same sort of type A driven, putting their work before everything else type of people. And, they don't necessarily want to have to do it because they can see themselves in each other. But again, the job comes first, and at the end of the day, they're going to take each other down. And we know that the movie's headed there, and it does eventually head there. It's so brilliant. And listen to the third Rewatchables episode about this, where Michael Mann talked about how he filmed the scene, because it's fascinating to hear about all the little details that he got right.
Cody?
Here's my number 3. Michael Mann, how the camera gets closer to their faces as the scene is going on, and it's very, very minor and very. And yeah, you're going down, but the flip side of that coin, and I have to put you down.
Hesitate.
I will not hesitate. When that line is uttered, I'm just like, it does help. It does help because it is Pacino and De Niro sitting across the table from each other. The two, like, who's who of actors, of organized crime movies, of everything about them, just sitting across the table and having a discussion and showing exactly who they are. It's just, it was 3. It could have been 2 for me. It's just an absolute brilliant scene. It is two titans, and with the greatest dialogue for both of them sitting there telling the story. And Scott did a perfect job explaining that, but it was just like, I live for that scene. I love that scene. It's just
Jack, you didn't have this, did you?
He didn't.
Okay.
He's writing to Mordor.
This, I went back and looked at this because I try to be, if you couldn't tell, like the higher you had your picks listed, the more critical eye I looked at them with. And so with this at number 1, I went back and looked at it. I was asking like the hard question, like, do we only like this because, or do we mostly like this because of the gimmick, because it's the De Niro Pacino pairing? And I went back and I'm like, no, this is too good. Even, I mean, obviously it's maybe 2 of the greatest American actors ever, so that helps. But it's just, Scott did such a good job of explaining it, and I love that so much when you have 2 guys who are on the opposite ends of what they're doing, and they're, facing against each other, but at the same time they are, 2 sides of the same coin. And that's what's so great about the scene and kind of tragic is, as they're sitting there, discussing this, they're both slowly realize it's like, finally somebody gets me.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of these guys have anybody in their life who understands the drive that they have and the dedication they have, and no one else is willing to tolerate it. It's like, finally somebody gets it. Unfortunately, it's in this situation somebody who's my nemesis, and I'll probably have to take them down. And even in that scene where it's like they tell each other, I'll take you down. Like it's like I think it's okay. That is how it is. That's part of it. And you see that at the end when they're when he's holding his hand, like they know, like you see that connection between them. And that's like my favorite kind of characters. Some of my favorite kind of characters. Some of my favorite kind of stories where you have people who are against each other, but who are also, have that kind of connection, that kind of sameness. Jake, you didn't have this. Talk to me about it.
I still haven't seen the movie.
Sorry, that is blasphemous. I have seen the movie. I think it's incredible. I love the scene between the two actors. It's everything you want for a movie, for a scene. Like just the power that these two actors can hold. They hadn't been in a movie since before this, and this was the sort of like their first movie together, and the fact they were in The Godfather and Part 2 and all that sort of stuff. It's great stuff. I love the movie. It's just, I think it's a great scene. It's just not one that I consider like in my top 100 favorites. I honestly, my favorite Michael Mann is Collateral. And I always just have a connection with that movie more, but I do think Heat is a fantastic film.
It's fantastic.
All right, that's it. That's our top 10. That's our top 100.
We did it.
Winners for this week only, for the top 10. First place is going to be Cody. Cody just had some really strong choices. Even the ones I didn't love or thought were maybe too high, still really strong. Jack second. It was close because the two of you both had scenes that could have been, argument for best scenes of all time. But I mean, you're right, Jack.
So you agree with his number one?
You're one and two. Your 1 and 2 sunk you. But other than that, it was a really strong list. So,
but that's like he's 1 and 2.
Number 3 is, but then you're in Scott's list. Scott is number 3. Scott had some really strong picks on his list as well. Just didn't hit all the highs.
I don't understand how I'm behind that 1 and 2.
Because you had because his
you have 6. You have 6 and 5.
But it's 6. It's not my 1 or 2.
I believe me. I don't believe in. I don't agree in the system either. But this is what he's saying.
His highs are lower than your. It's
whatever.
And then
you had the Roma scene too. Crazy.
Jake, you did not have any scenes that I would consider top 10 of all time. The mommy scene is
your
okay.
Opinion, man.
The Birdman scene is okay.
You had 2 Magnolia.
Yeah, you were doomed from the start here.
Well, it's who cares? Who fucking cares? Like,
what? you just flushed 10 weeks of your life down the toilet. Who cares?
Who freaking cares, man?
We will be back one more time next week, next Wednesday, 8:00. The show will be much shorter then. We are going to do a post-mortem on this mess. We will go over the combined top 100. I will award rankings for the entire top 100. We will answer your questions. We'll talk. We'll laugh. We'll have a good time. And we probably won't keep you more than maybe like an eighth or a fourth of the time we kept you tonight. Kept it just over 4 hours. Could have been worse. We've had worst 5
What
hours.
is the longest wireless?
It had to be our last one.
Yeah, the top 100.
It was 5.5. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a marathon.
Oh, with Scott, Spence, Jake, and Rue?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but this wasn't that. So thank you guys all so much for being here. Thank everybody for watching. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Take care.
Hulk is awesome.
Going to intimidate me. I'm entitled to my opinion.
Drunk and angry. Come on, break the lousy cup. Ow! I hurt my arm.
And I'd expect everybody to do everything.
I'm going there soon, you know.
Is that so? Where are you going?
Uruguay.
Well, you go Uruguay and I'll go mine.